Oh, the Hack Brown Band. That's not what it was actually. Ooh, Riff Raff. Yeah. Doozy Bombs Chip Rip. Been good. Yeah, it was Thursday, Wisconsin Friday. Digging. You look like yeah. A lot of stuff. There's yeah, you don't get over. Hey, hey, that's they go. I used to about it. Great. This guy, get your energy. Hell yeah. Morning. Oh, really? Okay. Love it. Nice. one time I got drunk, I caught myself like like kind of like I never one time I started yeah, and then later that when I opened
Hello. Okay, then just 1 second. Hello, oh, I'm speaking. Every my hours. Okay, then 1 second.
not eight hundred.
How was your day, Holly? Well, let's see. I slept for most of the day, but I was up all night. My hours get reversed, especially when I do online things. I find that people have more free time in the evenings, and so because of that, they end up spending more time online at night, and then we end up keeping each other up. I also have some friends from like Australia, so I'm up very late with them, and then normally about like normally about 10 in the morning Pacific, it starts to slow down and then go to bed, and then keep doing the whole thing. So I just started. I've got my Twitter space still going. I'm on day 5 of video Twitter space, which is good. I got some people in the cryptocurrency community that I've been a part of for a year and a half. And they've been giving me shout outs in some other Twitter spaces, which gets people in there. And I've just kind of just living my life. What's good to you?
Well, I kind of something I give myself this 7 days, 8 hours that I decided just what I was anyway back on the, you know, for a petri dish, um, probably get my financially better,
Absolutely.
I'll lay that further.
Smart move.
And so in the meantime, I would like that to be a ninja and a spec and pursue something more advanced in technology of that nature. I realize that there's this opportunity with AI companions. There's a lot of people working with robots as companions, and it seems far fetched. It seems like they're working on the IT industry. I might want to hop on the train. There's a lot of pushback, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's to be human relationships, but those are already at their own, right? Alternative,
Right.
so
Well,
looking into that.
um, you have your resume ready for that?
On my resume,
Yeah.
I could probably get into at least the customer service,
Okay.
maybe use some portions of the MBA.
Yeah, most certainly. You're very well educated. So I find that it's helpful. I before I did this, I'm a certified project management professional. I've launched apps on the App Store and Google Play. I've also had contracts with Fortune 500, and um, my resume is pretty strong. And so, but I always knew it could be stronger, and so I would. So this was before ChatGPT was a thing, but I would go through and get keywords, and now with ChatGPT, it's really easy to do. Have you taken your resume and put it through ChatGPT?
I have
Oh, it's amazing. You will have your mind blown.
right now just to find a so these entry level or
Absolutely,
entry.
absolutely,
I have learned that that's a tactic. If you put all your degrees on there, you're qualified for the entry level. You know what I mean?
absolutely.
It's actually something to downgrade your resume and read it, even though it's like just an MBA.
Right.
You know,
Well,
it's not like a PhD or anything, but
yeah, but even so I think it's a smart move to perhaps leave off some of your education, but to use keywords for customer service so that like when these algorithms are searching through their thousands of positions, yours shows up more often than not because you've got all of those keywords for which they're looking. So like you
work all customer service.
yeah, but like
There's
some
not more advanced keywords, like if there's
yeah,
bigger keywords to check.
absolutely, absolutely. So let's just review some of them with you. You'd be like, yeah, I guess that does work. Okay, here we go. Yo, can you please provide me with a list of 50 customer service oriented keywords for a resume that would be beneficial to landing a relevant position? All right. So customer engagement, client relations, communication skills, problem solving, active listening, conflict resolution, empathy, team collaboration, product knowledge, troubleshooting, customer support, sales assistance, multitasking, service excellence, client retention, relationship building, time management, upselling, cross-selling. inquiry handling, order management, CRM, software proficiency, escalation management, quality assurance, follow-up, advocacy, inventory management, product recommendation, service coordination, adaptability, conflict mediation, data entry, customer onboarding, bilingual communication, scheduling, client handling, training and development, client consultation, payment processing, service level agreements, remote support. I understand not all of those are relevant. We're not, you don't necessarily don't want to be selling things, but a bunch of those are good. Um, you know, so
Customer advocacy is but that means that is not activism, advocacy. Customer basically like there's a lot of never goes up to the chain of command to make anything better.
right.
You know what I mean? I actually like that. I like when there's advocacy or like even legal aid get represented even if you're not like a high paying customer. You know what I mean?
Absolutely. Absolutely. So yeah, and, so generally, like you have what your experience is, and then within your experience, you can put these keywords. So instead of saying like I help customers, you can say I help customers with onboarding, or I help troubleshoot customer inquiries. And so when the AI on the other end, the algorithm is just reading through all these 10,000 resumes, and they all sound like plain Jane kind of resumes. Yours are the one that has all of the keywords that they're looking for, and then that goes into hiring manager too. And the hiring manager usually reaches out to connect with you for an interview.
Most of these jobs that
Oh, but I mean,
I mean that's whatever.
at a certain point,
Yeah.
yeah, but at a certain point, you're going to have a position, you're going to have an interview with a hiring manager, a real person, who's going to say, hey, we want to interview you for a remote position on, February 25th at 9 a.m. Are you available at this time? They're going to send you an email, and then you will have that. Maybe it'll be a Zoom meeting, maybe it'll be over the phone, but that's the purpose. Unless you're saying that
I'm from a job
okay,
that the job
unless you're saying like
I've
there.
had is like 30
Oh wow.
calls. I definitely job same time and
Wow.
just
Okay, so
I am from it's just I've been out of
okay, so then you know what to do.
come back in.
Yeah, exactly. Um, what you've gotten 38 jobs. That's a lot of jobs to be able to have gotten. So you are very hireable,
Yes.
and
I feel like I'm unstable, but
I don't think that.
let's say I'm unstable though because job you can choose different ones that have or tech support or emergency services one depending on Apple good thing.
Okay. Well, um, and do you use like LinkedIn,
Forward
Indeed?
wanted to do something for myself, but
Sure. How do you find these positions? LinkedIn, Indeed,
I haven't
ZipRecruiter?
figured that out.
Okay. All right. Well,
Indeed was one too for a long time. And still kind of is. Like we have a representative spring Maryland, you know, it's a big represented thing and they have absolutely
okay.
I used Indeed prior to that it was on career builder and you would put your resume in those things. Lots of scams.
Yeah, definitely. Um, ZipRecruiter is another good one. I'm sure you know. LinkedIn. That's how I got my most recent contract. Um, if you want to go that route, and I found it to be much more professional, far less scam. Um, if you want to go that route, and you, it's up to you and what you can do. But um, I I find that LinkedIn has, I mean, it has a lot of applicants, but they have a lot of recruiters on it. And, I've been on the other side. I've hired a lot. I hired and so I've seen what the hiring end of like ZipRecruiter and Indeed and all of those look like, and there are just so many people who apply for positions. If you put out one position, you're going to get hundred, if not 1,000. It just becomes overwhelming at a certain point. But on LinkedIn, I found that it wasn't as overwhelming, and plus it put like a name with a face, and you can see their connections and all of that. So I don't know if you've ever explored it. So, but anybody.
But LinkedIn, yeah, with LinkedIn, put their, or they kind of send the industry that
Okay, yeah, I mean, a lot of times it's for have like
you connect with.
there's that.
Like
There's
it feels like a different culture. Got a high club or something. You know, like who you.
Yeah, I mean, I understand what you're saying. Like it's based on they look at that. Um, it doesn't hurt. I mean, I don't want you to have to pay for anything. But there are two things that I did with LinkedIn that I think helped me a lot. I mean, I got a job, and I was really shocked how quickly it happened. Two things that I did. I think I bought LinkedIn Premium for 1 month. I think it was free, but I did like put in my debit card or whatever. But I did get it for 1 month for free just to see what it would be like and see. And it does like kind of um, raise so I think that helps. And the other thing I think I did, I may have, I may not have, I can't really recall, but I think I bought like 300 connections or something like that. It wasn't very expensive. It was like $50 or something. Um, Made it so it just didn't go on there with like no one because like honestly, like I had Facebook connections and all these other connections, but LinkedIn wasn't one that I was really doing. But it made it look like I mean I had more connections in some industries than I had some, but not like some of these people have thousands and they make LinkedIn their whole life. So there's that, and then um you know I I would get calls all day long, and I'm sure you'll get the same thing. So you're gonna go back in the swing of things, and you were going through some medical things. Is that tough on your body?
I've been actually trying, and huh?
Oh, go ahead. You were trying.
Yeah, I've actually trying to get out of this.
Okay.
I'm trying since 2022. To be honest, and it seemed like the work at home jobs just weren't there or weren't looking for me, or maybe I had some sort of weird like lag on me where nobody's hiring me. Like callbacks and things like that. It feels like crickets. It's just weird. It's either that or I'll get so far and then like it different requirements are then needed or something. And like one job you'll start, it's like they send out the computer but it doesn't get to you. Like it's scammy or like the hiring process, you start all your paperwork and then it goes away, but you know they're a legit company. You know what I mean? So it kind
Right.
of feels like just dead ends. And like locally where I'm at right now, there's like absolutely nothing. It's like an old miners town and there's nothing here but like Sheets and a Wendy's and they're not hiring, you know?
Okay.
So
Yeah. Okay. Um.
um
Well, and
so
um,
kind of like it's in back site.
and the remote route is the way to go. I know those are more difficult jobs to get. The last job that I had was remote, and I think it probably had 10 times the amount of um applications just because you can do it anywhere, and that means it's going to be tougher and tougher to get. Now, I can teach how to do this if you want. To me, when it's about
I my first
wait,
with the
let me
work at home stuff, I did customer service like back in 2012 working.
let me explain.
I do know how to work on it.
I understand, but it's boring sitting there hitting apply, apply, apply. So what I was gonna say is I can teach you.
Oh, you mean that part?
Yeah, exactly. That's what I wanted. If you want it, this is up to you. There are Android devices, right? You said you have like a Google device, like a phone. Your phone is Android, right? Uh, like you have an Android device, your phone is like a Google phone.
Yeah, everything's
Okay, so what you can do is they have auto clickers that you can put on your phone that basically will automatically apply for jobs for you if you want. What happens is it becomes like quality versus quantity, and you can apply for 5 quality jobs, but perhaps not get called back. But you can apply for 100 quantity jobs, and you'll get called back on 7 of them. Now I understand that some are scammy, but all you need is one. And so if you're interested, I can certainly help you with that. It's boring sitting there hitting apply, 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 apply every single time. Or at least I found it boring. But there are ways to make it easier. Auto basically. You can use technology to your own advantage. But I understand. Probably just starting out, you're gonna want to read through and make sure it's the right fit for you. At certain points, I got sick of that, and I keep hitting apply for anything, and I'll contemplate anything that anybody calls me from. Now you have a degree in sports management, but it's hard to do sports management. Probably is that correct?
virtual with virtual arena or energy or like maybe. And it's hard to or guru, you know what I mean?
Yeah,
The diet things like
yeah.
it's kind of difficult to actually navigate the industry.
Right, and you've got a lot of former athletes probably who are done into those positions who already have the connections.
It actually changed exactly. It's also a beauty.
Yeah,
That's
absolutely.
popularity.
Exactly. Yeah, you're 100% right. Um, okay, well, and then your undergrad, if I may ask, what was that in?
That was grad.
Oh, so
Yeah,
you were sports management
sports
undergrad?
MBA.
Oh, and oh wow, okay, very well.
Yeah,
All right. Then okay, well,
sports management was a science. Actually, like
is that something that's
podcast personal training thing.
okay?
I pursued personal training side
Okay,
where I came up with the boundaries.
okay.
I would more so try to be a yogi.
Actually, are you quite
You
flexible?
know what I mean? Like I'm just scattered with so many options and I keep concentrating kind of just stuck with customer service and on feels like AI, everybody calls kind of feels like I've been trying to do gig work, something out on the side.
You just want like a
Wait, this is fixing all my problems. You know what I mean?
yeah, but you just want a
I
basic.
actually use this opportunity, like, and I just that is I'm that offer.
I've got you. You just want a basic $15, $20.
It's I could do. Like I was pushing almost 30. Yeah. And
Okay.
that's really good for Pennsylvania.
Okay. Yeah. So um many. Okay. So really, even you're willing to negotiate less. That's good. So it's not like you're saying like I have to make a certain amount. No, you're willing to pay whatever they're willing to pay essentially. Okay.
Exactly. Yeah. I have a midlife son.
Right. Um. You,
I self.
okay. Well. I mean, I think knowledge is about. And I know it's just work, but basically like getting your resume together, getting the cover letter together. Now here's a good one.
What they may not.
That how they boy, boy, you're tough on my end. I don't. I know other people have said that they have trouble hearing you. It could be Discord. Um, if you want, we can talk in Twitter too. I have that. I'm open to that. That's easier. Um, okay, can you repeat what you? Can you hear me? Probably. I don't know if you're there. If you can hear me. Maybe having some technical. If you couldn't hear me before, I'm open. Oh, there you go. All right. Well, that happens. Hey, how are you? Can you hear me? Hey, Holly.
Yes, I can.
Oh, you're way clearer now.
I read.
Oh, okay. Very well.
This is for.
Hey, I saw you had a space going as well, correct?
Yeah, I read because I just have my first. I was in a good time. You know,
Yeah.
it was might be my last one on that account.
Why is that?
Um, I'm kind of thinking. I want to start my own thing like, on my own channels. I know like if you use email, don't put your real name, even if you use a different phone number, they can still kind of like find you. Whether or not they do, I'm unsure, but I'm well, is maybe things that I use to get into obstructing like my resume, even though it wasn't attached to my resume. You know what I mean? Like almost like I feel like I've been like a flag or something.
Okay. If I may ask,
I don't know how
you,
big that is. It sounds like a conspiracy, but right.
no, certainly. So you're saying that you think that your ex account could have perhaps been linked to this?
Um, uh,
Okay.
so like you know, the that that needs I was on the train that name. So I almost feel it's like I've been branded um, both on both sides of the table. Like I kicked off both political parties is how I kind of feel. It almost seems like maybe even during COVID, I took a different approach than both the left and the right. The vaccine debate, and you probably did as well, maybe.
Probably.
Um, it almost feels like I don't know how far that discrimination can go, or if it's just certain companies that actually look into your social media. You know what I mean? Almost like they come to your life or something.
They
And it's
will
just
do
it
that.
would be for entry level positions, so I
Right.
don't see how that could be.
Yeah.
But like Europe right now is censoring the heck out of everybody. I just don't know how realistic that is at the moment, you know,
Yeah.
or has
I gotcha. Okay. Well,
it just be bad luck.
okay. I
So
gotcha.
yeah.
Do you find that you get many people in your Twitter spaces?
The most I probably have like 15 people when I first started out doing,
That's
and
good.
I think that was because at the time I people minded open to relationships with female. And I was also talking about the trans things like that. But other than that, not that big.
I agree. Um, really, you're probably like 10% of Twitter, Twitter Spaces being a female, and so you're gonna get probably men who are just people in there who want to talk, but then men in there who want to date you or whatever. So um, probably are right when it comes to that. Um, I noticed that you do like night spaces.
Yeah, I made some connections with none of them being they were friends.
They want to take it further.
Well, it seems like they do like one another.
Yeah,
They start doing the same things as like being friend zone and being angry about it. And like there's only one person that was actually ever in it, and not in. It's okay. It's just continuing that is kind of awkward.
Yeah, well, and
Um,
I've heard this before
yeah,
from women, particularly, especially if they're space hosts. They'll be hosting a space, and they'll have like two guys or three guys who crush on them or whatever, and are always there and like really diligent about it. And then they start like you said, cock blocking each other, essentially putting each other down or trying to be your favorite or and those kind of things. And it's like you guys are thousands of miles away from each other. It's not very realistic. Um, I mean, maybe, but I mean, most of the time it's just like be nice to people, be their friend, and if they need anything, you can be there for them, but you don't have to be obsessed with them.
right.
I think that your approach is good. I mean, well, when I saw it, I saw. Let me tell you, like I just saw that you were doing it again. So when I typed in the word open. Well, firstly, do you know about spacesdashboard.com?
The dash.
Okay, so please do this. Go on your computer or on your phone, type in spacesdashboard.com. It's not affiliated with X or Twitter, but it shows you all of the spaces that are going on right now, and it has a search function, and it's really, really convenient.
Okay. I'm probably sure what happened. I know. I know.
Yeah,
Um,
but
I know.
that's fine. But it allows you to see all of this um, in every language, all of the Twitter spaces that are currently happening. Like normally when you look on your phone, it'll just show you like 40 of them. But there are really in English like 250 going on. So there are a lot more on there that you don't know about. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
Yeah, based on one's the have in our list things that
That's
so
true.
I do
Um,
there's ways to live and space navigate to others there, like what's going on out there.
that's true. Do
I
you,
do that. I do that,
do you have a
and I
search?
was doing that when I was doing that for a while. I was jumping. It seems like it seems like I kept finding myself uninviting spaces. The topic was different from what they were really talking about in the headline. You
Right.
know what I mean?
Yeah,
Things like that.
exactly. Do you ever do karaoke spaces?
No.
Okay. Do you ever do trivia spaces?
I have I've listened to one, but I have not.
That's okay. Um, so you have an Android device, which means I don't think you have the search function of spaces. Like there isn't a search bar for spaces, is there? On your phone, it just
Well,
shows.
I'm on Chromebook.
Right.
I'm
Which,
not using the phone right now.
okay, so are you on like a Chromebook?
It's like a Chromebook. It's called a Chromebox.
Okay.
Chrome OS, but it's like a box. It has our brand
Okay.
in an internal display.
Oh, okay. Um, all right. Even still, when you well, so then you're looking at it on a website, right? You're on Chrome on a website, or
Yeah,
you
I can see it. I can actually see it now. It is does look like it has
exactly,
in there.
exactly. Some of the cool things that it has tells you
It
how
like filter.
exactly. So, and then it has a search function too. So the way that I found you was, it was through regular, but I just typed in, I think probably open mic, and I saw that you were in there. And um, usually when people have open mics, I feel like they're more open-minded individuals because they know anything can happen, and so they I saw and I was able to tell you about my project, and I've done that for other people as well. And I think that that's a very smart thing that you do. And I know when I came in there, you were like, you mean I just started this, I hadn't even, you were doing something else or perhaps or whatever, but um, I think that what you're doing is exactly right. I wanted you to know what you have. Oh, I know. One thing that's confusing though, and like people could critique me all the way too, is Has. I know your that's your initial. Is that why you have Has open mic? Okay, cool. And then
like how
yeah, exactly. No, that's perfectly fine. Okay, that's why I wondered what that was. Okay, and then all nighter to not miss a point. You mean you just what does it mean to not miss appointment?
oversleep. It's just like for my own,
Okay. Um,
if I have nothing, I I'll change it. Like I know kind of just have,
absolutely. I'm the same way.
it's like
I do find it people are just more open, I feel, in the middle of the night because there's not such a demand for people's attention. So that's why I like doing the night one. Um, I don't know, I'm a night person too, especially with how my schedule gets. Like if you, I'm in the, I do a lot of crypto spaces. I talk in a lot of crypto spaces, and those ones have like thousands of people in them, and you have to be like really brief and to the point, or they're gonna put you down to listener or whatever. Just people aren't as open as they are, I would say, during the night. So that's kind of why I have moved more towards the night, but I still do the day one. Um, like over the course, if I may ask, of like, how long do you do a Twitter space for generally?
the longest
Okay, that's very good, really, really good.
like about the end,
Yeah,
and
isn't
then
that
like it turns into like 5 hours.
right?
So
Um,
like I'll keep it going for like an hour. Okay, using frozen
yeah.
that turn one turns into a couple. Yeah,
And you said you changed the name on yours from Passover Mike All Nighter to Not
I
Miss a
will.
Point.
Yeah.
Oh, you will. Okay. Yeah, I'm in agreement with you on that. It's kind of one of those things where you won't get anybody. I kind of see it like fishing, like in a good way. Like when you go fishing, or if you've ever gone fishing, see people fish. You're waiting, you're waiting, you're waiting. You're like it's kind of boring, and then all of a sudden you get somebody, and it's like they're really interesting. And then you get a couple of people in there, and then you have a nice little community that you've built, and it's just about patience, I guess. Um, but yeah, I mean, I do everything I can to kind of uh, get as many advantages on Twitter Spaces as I can. So I have a bunch of devices that I put into my own space that are they're all they make it look like I've got more people talking in there than I know. But it's really kind of what you said. It's about the connections that you have. So and because I have lost so many different Twitter accounts, I when I would first do this with like my big Twitter account that had 10,000 people, or even another Twitter account that had 3,000 people. When you host a space, people come in because they know you and they're all of those things. But when you're doing it with a brand new account, it's very, very difficult. And so I know it's an uphill climb. I currently am in day 5 of 24/7 video spaces, and I get a lot of nice people in there. I also get a lot of people who like to troll me, and that's their prerogative. I get that. I kind of have a mentality of killing with kindness. So when people are mean to me, I just do my best to be really good, like extra nice to them. And
I have a
go ahead.
yeah. I'm having celebrating
Yeah.
like
Yeah.
fear mongering what they I didn't realize. So I in of whoever was following that stuff, like reposting my reply and then saying that I'm not having an adult conversation and I block them because anything they say that like infection, anymore. So like that was used, and
Right.
then like putting word out there, things like that, immature.
And that can
And like I drew an ear,
do you like to play games?
not really. Being honest, not really.
Okay.
I like concept because like or in training each type of native gaming. I I love the community and all that stuff. I like hours navigating the world, the
I'm with you on that.
field world. I have
I'm with you on that. Okay. So
really good storylines.
I'm in agreement. I can really serious games, like really serious games, I can't because I don't want to immerse myself in that world. I'll play simple mini games. I'll play chess and things like that. But um, some of these serious games, you need a lot of RAM to be able to play all that. I don't want to dedicate a computer to doing all that. Okay, so um, I find that I mean, you should really know. I think that you have a very open space, like for someone to just come in and talk with you. And so, and I get what you're saying that when you say, "Oh, I'm gonna stop the space and time now," then you get a bunch of people. And do you find that you make friends on Twitter? I don't know if you heard me. Do you find that you can make a lot of friends? Oh, go ahead.
Right.
Boy, Holly, I'm having trouble. Is there any way you can close that Spaces
Like
dashboard and so that the only thing you have open is Discord?
very easy to deceive our that and
I don't know if you heard me, Holly. I'm having a really hard time hearing you. Aside from Twitter and Discord, is there any way you can close the other applications you have going?
use against you later. I think a lot of this stuff, right? They,
I am in agreement with you on that. Let me see if I can join your Twitter space and hear you.
them that will know that finish up. One of my other friends.
No, it's not. Discord is notoriously very heavy. So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna go into your Twitter space, and if you want, you can close Discord, and I can listen to you in your Twitter space. That'll free up some RAM for you. Here, I'll talk in your Twitter space. Hi, can you hear me?
Gotta bring it. Not actually.
Oh, okay.
Hold on.
That's okay. Yes, I can hear you. Okay, you repeat what you had just been saying because I could not hear you. That, that makes sense, and I can hear you. Okay. Yeah, I mean, basically, I can see the guys are going to come in and they're going to be like, "Oh, here's a young single female. She seems like a good mate. Maybe I don't 100% agree with all of her beliefs, but I'll play along and see if I can convert her to my side." And yeah, I think that's probably. Well, that's right. Like you're into there about a betterment of. I don't think that's anything to be feared, but there are certainly people out there who just the second that they well, firstly they confuse transhumanism with transgenderism, which that's a big one. Like I can go into spaces and I'll talk about transhumanism and they'll be like, "Oh, so you want me to be a girl?" And it's like, no, it has nothing to do with that, really. I mean, like that is not even. Those are two separate debates or discussions. No, I'm talking about improving your life and not dying. Like we should all be. This should be an important discussion for everyone and they think like, oh, you just want me to wear a dress. No, no, it has nothing to do with that. And but they hear trans, and then they just think automatically like this is the LGBTQ plus discussion, and it's not. It doesn't have really anything or too much to do with that at all. It has to do with living longer, living forever, and I think that that just scares people. I think from a religious standpoint, a lot of people I find on X are perhaps like closed-minded to other religious uh, beliefs, and they, especially other beliefs when it comes to science and technology, and they just feel as if they have to have it their way. And I bet there are people who just want you to be like someone who's not so open-minded to these things. Yeah, I can see that.
such a way like being like I don't know mentally ill or something. I've had um yeah, it almost like they're attacking the ideology concepts that they already have instead of I did what I don't
Yeah, I get what you're
so
saying. The ideas of transhumanism are really, in my opinion, about betterment of your current life with the potential at other lives, and that to me should be relatable to most people. But when they hear that, they automatically start thinking of like end of world scenarios, and I just don't think that
yes.
that's what they need to be doing. It doesn't really necessarily have to do with that. Uh, People I hear all the time they talk about 1984. Well, that sounds like 1984, and it's like actually people don't know this. It's not really well known, but there's another book by not by Orson, not by George Orwell, but by a man named Anthony Burgess who wrote Clockwork Orange, and it's called 1985, and it's different than 1984. It actually like gives people a chance after 1984, like a future, like almost like a utopia. And that's the world that I want to see. More so. I mean, it's not a perfect story. There's not. I would love it to be like flowers and birds and a real utopia kind of video. But nevertheless, maybe there's a 1986 that needs to be written. But nevertheless, people hear transhumanism and they think like, oh, you want to put a chip in my body, and it's like, no, I don't want that. In fact, I would be one of the last people that I would want to have that if I had the ability. I mean, I like the autonomy of my own brain, and if anything, if I could like absorb the information without having some kind of device in my brain, then that's more beneficial. I feel to me than perhaps the idea of um, you know, a brain computer interface or something like that. But all of these things scare people, and um, I recognize it's new and it's not really discussed in the mainstream. A lot of people think that it's far fetched. A lot of people also just recognize that, like, hey, I'm never going to be able to afford that, and I understand what people think, but the thing is, and people don't recognize this, if you are on Twitter Spaces, chances are you are part of the 1%. And I mean, even you and I, who perhaps are not of uh, the socioeconomic 1% of the 1% that the Elon Musk and the Jeff Bezos and Bill Gates is, according to the United Nations, you just need about $36,000 in assets, essentially, to be considered part of the 1%. And you know, the people on Twitter Spaces who can afford Wi-Fi and they afford either a mortgage or a house or a rent or something. I mean, they're all within the 1%. They just don't recognize. And this is going to perhaps be technology that's available, perhaps in the top 1%, maybe in the top 20%. I don't know what it is, but it's going to be more affordable. It really shouldn't be that. People think it's going to be super expensive. I mean, I don't know how to price it in the future, but it's achievable. It's essentially a scan of your brain, which doesn't necessarily cost anything. If anything, that would cost anything, it would be whatever body you put your brain into, like a cyborg or an android or a robot or a clone of yourself. Which I understand that could get expensive, but I'm sure that there'll be programs available to make it more affordable to the general public um, as we move towards that, so that it's not just for 5 or 10 people on the earth. And when people start to recognize that this may be an opportunity for you, it may be an opportunity for your kids, your grandchildren, and to not be so closed-minded to it. I think that it's just like about education. I think when if you're the first person to bring in transhumanism into a discussion with someone, I think of course they're going to be scared of it or closed-minded towards it. But if they've heard it before and they've heard it from a few different sources and they recognize,
I think for me what they're doing is they see it as a well health or replacement back in terms of the how people were treating each other in relationships for the thing, right?
Yeah.
And that's what I really think activity and relationships have been a struggle for many people. And like those struggles passed on intergenerational issues, and something needs to be done about that. Could somehow bring forth maybe a new type of family unit. Not forcing people to do it, but at least giving alternative options for that to be possible. Um, I found myself in thought experimenting about what if I like this person and they're interested in like the AI bot, how would I really feel about that? And I do think I like okay, when you care about someone, you want the best for them or what makes them happy. But if you're not the priority, something I think they're they're not treating themselves if they are they're not prioritizing me above a digital entity type of thing. You know, like all those things that are probably going to be issues, you know, within the next 5 years, probably. Um, something about that is trying to preserve that, you know.
Right.
I don't know.
Let's talk about this. And I know we can talk about this in a mature fashion. So, there are people who are out there who think that perhaps humans will be replaced by like AI bots or even as it's been called the sex bot or something like that. And I've done some reading, just some like initial reading on this topic. It's very interesting the way that men are wired. A man like ideal sex bot or AI bot is something that he can essentially use whenever he wants, and it can provide and apologies that this is a mature way possible, but as best an orgasm as he can experience. But women, on the other hand, want that human connection at least just once with whatever person that they want. And then after that, they will be happy with the sex bot, essentially. But a men and women are somewhat wired a little differently in that men kind of want that um, idea of they can just get off and have no emotional connection to it. But a woman does have that somewhat of a desire, which I think is a perfectly logical thing. And it's
Our bodies understand it, try to recognize it, not
Yeah, I would
that's what
say
that is.
yeah, I would say that's exactly right. And so there's a but people don't want to have that conversation. They're not mature enough to have that conversation. And
I know.
and they
I
also
realize it.
yeah, I mean and they also think that I think that there's a fear of a man, like if he's courting a woman, that if she learns to love a machine, that he'll be replaced. And it's not that. It doesn't have to be that. If she can have more enjoyment from a certain machine, and he can have more enjoyment from a certain machine, they can still love each other, um, which I think is perfectly natural. And it goes back to something that I've mentioned previously in our conversation of the 7 year marriage agreement. Basically, that if we're going to live forever, then we shouldn't necessarily put so much pressure on lifetime contracts because that's really a punishment if you really think about it. If you're supposed to be with someone in 10 million years and you're never able to experience anything aside from them, that's somewhat of a punishment. Though if you like them enough, keep renewing your contract every 7 years for as long as you want. Um, and it brings into some other things as well that the independence of women that women, especially today, won't necessarily need men in the future if they don't want. I mean, with artificial wombs, with perhaps female sperm, with perhaps surrogacy, and the ability to just raise a child independently if you have the ability. That's I feel is causes fear in many men. Like, hey, well, what's going to happen to me? You're not going to care about me? It's like, no, it doesn't have to be that way at all. You should just recognize that I guess love is evolving and the way that we can love is evolving, and that people who have traditional views can continue to have those. I don't want to force anything on anybody else, but they shouldn't force their views on me. And it seems like people are trying to do that.
Yeah. Um, it's awkward. Um, it's awkward because I don't think like they can't think might be upset about. You know what I mean?
Right,
It's like on it, kind of already because they don't like if you're dating somebody and you realize oh they don't want children at all. You know what I mean? Or they're not interested in that person.
right.
Um, instead people try to get in relationships and try to keep them and that I guess enough or unconditional love trying to like clear about what you wanted in the first place. It breaks don't it's like certain aren't interested in certain types of relationships. I do like they seek out certain type of relationships or certain type and women do it too, you know, but it's like more heavily with the men. It's almost like they find these women who want families and then it turns out that they don't want families and they just want um uh I guess doll or you know what I mean?
Right.
Um awkward like if you're not looking to be a father don't advertising yourself as if you want to actually like do that because it's obviously not what you want. You know what I mean? It's
Right.
just like they're trying to lure you in with the book. And you know,
It
but
is.
yeah,
It's disingenuous.
like evil.
Exactly.
Yes.
It's disingenuous to advertise yourself as someone who wants to be a father, but then either not want to take those responsibilities. But that's not really what you want. You're just putting yourself out there to make it seem like you'll be an attractive mate. It's really unfortunate the way that the male mind is wired that when we have sex and we orgasm, we almost 100% of the time want to move on. It's really sad that it's not like we want to be with that person all the time. I mean, there is that element that we do fall in love with those kinds of things, but there's almost this conquering effect that okay, now I finished that, now it's moving on to something else, and it's almost like these men
Right.
will say they want to be a good father and be all these good things, and the thing is, it's opposite with women when you've shared that. Essentially, you want to be together and you want to cuddle and do all these other things, and it's not as if men don't do that, but there's something in the male mind. It comes from like our evolution that we want to spread our seed as diverse as many women as possible for the protection of our lineage, essentially. And
Yeah, and even not really about what the woman accomplished or what she I mean gives her egg or teach her offspring. You know what I mean? More of this is just another body to them. And for us we look at the male and try to learn everything about them and, you know, listen to their concerns and try to almost make them like an extension of her like nervous system, right?
that's a great way
And
of putting
they're
it.
just gonna cut it is. And it's like the moment we bring it back to I have to learn for us some sense of it's almost like well I even everything about you. You know what I mean? Like it turns into a battle of like um a sense of self.
Yes.
Why not just us, us putting ourselves in and being shattered?
Right.
You know what I mean?
And
If that's not the way you love,
exactly.
accept it.
It should be about us. When you're willing to take that plunge with someone and become one, essentially, you are now not just not you shouldn't be selfish. It shouldn't be all about you. You should realize that you've shared yourself with someone else and that you're now a unit and that you should care about others. You should ask questions. I mean, it's almost like when you are willing to have that connection with someone, you are even if there's not a child involved, now you are um, that is an extension of you now. And for as long as you're in a relationship or you care about that person, and many times it's not that way. Men, I feel, want to they talk a big game until the deal is done, and then they run one away or play games is another one where there's all this pressure like about yeah, exactly. That's exactly right, and they'll want that. Um, that will be their motivation, and it's sad. Um, I
I saw even that I think it's and society have allowed ourselves to make it a patient or a natural desire or a natural thing. And I think we have to convince ourselves for the system almost exists to be pregnant, a functional pregnancy, but only for these men to be. Some majority of men want.
I'm in
I don't
agreement
want
with
to
you.
force somebody into something.
I'm in agreement with you. I mean, that's why I'm such an advocate for women and their independence to be able to reproduce at any age that they want, um, essentially with with cryonic freezing of eggs, and also just ensure that they don't have to fight this father time or however it wants to be described, essentially, um, of their reproductive system. That if you're not in a position where financially you can't do it, or you're not in a relationship that you don't necessarily want to bring up a child, then you should be free. I want to empower women to have freedom to be able to do these things. I honestly think that if we're going to subsidize so many different things in society, that this should be a thing that perhaps we should be able to subsidize as well. Um, and I'm a major advocate. I've known people who have had cryogenic freezing of their eggs because they had careers and they weren't ready to have a position, or they weren't in the position where they could reproduce, or they weren't with the right person or whatever. And they've had children later in life, and these are great children, and they're totally normal, and they may not have had such great opportunities previously if they would have been forced, essentially, to be born at a given time. And I just think that at least we as a society should see this as a great gift. Science is a great gift that we have and that we should be utilizing. I think that there's a very traditional, and I find it a lot on Twitter in particular, and I'm not exactly sure why it is this way. You had made you had said something previously like between left and right, and you kind of chose a third type of way, and I find myself doing the same. I mean, at heart, I consider myself a libertarian. That I'm about free um, free will and personal rights, and I don't want necessarily people telling me what to do or what my family to do. And when we're forced to make decisions based on not our own not our own choices, I feel that's when you have children out of wedlock or you have bad relationships. And it even happens where people weaponize children, where a woman I'm not saying it's just women who do this. Men can do this as well. Exactly. Where, um, like they'll have a high net worth individual, and someone will see it as um, a, a ticket to the good life. And so maybe they will have had an agreement beforehand, and all of a sudden someone gets pregnant and it weaponizes the child. No child should have to be brought up because they were uh, basically a weapon against another person. That's not a great way to start living a life. And now they're not going to have a father in the relationship, and they'll even have like fathers who openly like say like I did not want this, and this is not something that is of interest to me. It's really sad. I mean, and then I see the flip side of that as well, in where it becomes too traditional, where there are men who just want this perfect woman who's going to stay at home and raise her children and do all these other things, but like not speak up and not have independent thoughts and not want to have friends. And I think there's that element too where men want to be too controlling. And I think the solution to these problems is really science and giving people personal freedoms. That's how I feel.
Yeah, and making sure um we don't have that expectation properly.
That's exactly right. The communication is very important beforehand, and being honest with what people want. If you don't want to be in a relationship and you just want to have a good time, you should be allowed that. But then don't come off like you want to be in a relationship. Don't come off like you want to be a father. Um, if you're going to be serious about these things, and you should also understand that you are taking a risk, and it's such a risk for a woman that men don't contemplate. But really, when a woman gets pregnant, not only is it the physical change in her body and the emotional change in her body and hormonal, there's a major risk at death, and people still don't recognize that people die during
Yeah,
childbirth. And so you're basically like men. It, it's sad. I mean, I am a man and I have male tendencies, but I have a lot of compassion for women, especially because I see that the way that some men treat women, and I've said it before, I've said it in publicly, I've said it in religious um, environments, I've said it in secular environments, that I don't like the way that men treat women, just generally in society. I don't think it's right. I think that I would like to see changes in this. And I know the women with whom I've spoken um, may not always be able to say at that exact moment because of their husband or something like that that I agree with you, but that certainly behind closed doors they do. And I just want to see more equality amongst the genders. I think that the traditional uh, two-parent household is a very beneficial thing to society and has been. But I don't think it's necessarily the only way. I like it. I think that it's um, I think that it's beneficial to people and beneficial in raising children, but I don't think it necessarily has to be that way anymore. Um, I would like it to be. Honestly, I think the way that I would like it in a perfect world is we would be able to only have relationships that are based on people loving each other and without any physical intimacy, pleasure being brought up, and that people only did it for to raise children. I think that's a certain mentality that especially men have on Twitter that that's how it should be, but that's just not reality. And
yeah.
and they'll say that.
And it's like it also that if a woman is just interested in having kids, that they're actually on them. Like
Absolutely.
it's almost like you have to almost there's almost like there seems to be some temptation in young anime, sexy, um, like thirst trap and what TikTok.
Right.
It's almost old that or look like that. My self image, which like
Absolutely.
trying to make you have lower self
Right. Exactly.
That doesn't take away my work though. They ain't gonna touch you. You know what I mean?
Absolutely.
Go pet and wax it if you want to.
Yeah.
It does turn into like this objective, based upon what a email looks like. Maybe what they doesn't,
Right.
just like it's
Right. No, you're 100% right, and you bring up a few really good points. Um, and this has been studied from a psychological standpoint that we're really this generation, perhaps like the previous generation or the next generation, is really had their brain rewired from social media. And previously, we were basically, I mean, like evolutionarily, we were essentially we just had our community, which at a maximum, I think I've read like there would be maybe 200 people that you would see in your entire life, especially when we were not in urban societies. And then when that changed, that would give you an opportunity to perhaps see different people, see different cultures. But now, with the advent of social media, you might see 10,000 people in a year just because of their faces and all of these things. And it changes what your beauty standards are, it changes the way that people act. And then on top of that, when you add pornography into it and how it rewires the brain, and you think that what certain standards should be of a person, you can really see. I see what celebrities look like in like the 1990s or the 1950s or the 1920s, and I see how beauty standards have changed to now. That like we would say that like uh like an example that I've seen during the 1990s, the television show Friends was very popular. And those three girls, like Lisa Kudrow and Courtney Cox and Jennifer Aniston, were seen as like three really beautiful. And I see people on TikTok and things now saying that they're mid. And it's like, are you serious? You guys are just in another world. Like you don't understand that that there are beauty standards that people have, and that your beauty standards have essentially been corrupted because, and I think plastic surgery has a lot to do with it as well.
it's like the pro Anna and um, inspiration, like eating even like for a long time.
Oh yeah, oh yeah,
I
definitely.
think so. Like what my approach has always been, you can't control them, and it seems like they control and other men control other men, right?
Yeah,
But there's a broke involved,
yeah,
But, the women breed the men,
exactly.
So at some point we are the ones responsible for these problems, and we need to hold ourselves accountable, regardless of how many we are the problem.
Right,
Women are the problem, and with the ushering in of birth, we can basically control ourselves. We can cut off the maternal instinct, cut off, we can modify our hormones where a man will never get up and I accomplished it. Um, and I think for a long time, my brain was shut off. You know what I mean? So I kind of turned that off, and so I kind of tried to turn it back on. I kind of just different programs. I didn't understand my body. You know, like it is definitely a program, almost like it's in your DNA. You have these feelings of, um, like the family thing. It, it's not something that is all the time like a instinct, right?
absolutely.
Held upon and stuff like that. And it's shattering the, um, how individuals of relationships now, or the relationships that are even, you know what I mean?
Right,
And it has definitely changed my perspective. I'm going back to birth control. You know, there's no emotions for nothing. You know,
right,
um, but I do think that like the whole men being mad at women, I do think there's something to be said on that. I do agree. I need to like get themselves out of this fantasy. Maybe not be, like maybe we don't need to be thirst traps, export ourselves
Right.
Some other race that does that, like one is not, extremely civilized, within his right to be objectifying it, you know.
Right.
I don't really think we should, like I don't throw stones at the guy, but it doesn't mean that we have to put up with grief with that. I mean,
Exactly.
um, I do think I put a lot of responsibility on me maybe because I'm an animal, kind of like a different type of stuff.
Yeah, I was just gonna say
You know,
it's a really unique perspective that I like to hear. That both genders are responsible for both genders, basically their offspring, and that children who grow up in situations, specifically, let's just take male children, there's a responsibility of how they're raised and how they respect people, respect women, and if they're not seeing women respected at home, then they're not going to respect women when they get older and they um, have the ability to date and reproduce and such. And it becomes this cycle, sadly, that you may not, you know, they may not see their mother being respected, so then they're not going to respect their girl. And as opposed to a situation where you may have a strong male role model, and the male role model respects the mother, respects women, and so they want to essentially uh, emulate what they see. Um, and it becomes younger and younger. I I think I was having this conversation with friends from Australia. That Australia had made it that I think you have to be like 16 years old to use social media in um, Australia. And I personally, my feelings, I I'm someone who feels that it is disingenuous to make people enter into contracts or go to war or make really big life decisions if their brains aren't fully formed. And technically, the frontal cortex doesn't complete its maturity until like age 26. So if I had it my way, if I was given the power, I would make the age of consent 26 because that's when I feel you should be able to have your brain is fully formed. Now I know I don't win that argument, but um, I get that though. I mean, I think it's a valid argument though that if your brain isn't fully formed,
what about being able to modify themselves in terms of tonsils or gallbladders or hormones, um, like maybe reversible or not non-reversible, um, like getting your tonsils sometimes very
yeah, I've never heard that
or not
argument,
sort of
but
developing.
that's a really good argument that I've not heard that. I'm glad that you brought up that there are some non-medically necessary procedures that occur before someone reaches maturity and they are being done.
The vaccines are chosen first.
Yeah, well, so my big one, believe it or not, as an Orthodox rabbi, I am anti-circumcision. I've had a bris, I've been circumcised, but I feel that that should be a personal choice that you should be able to make as an adult. I don't feel that anyone else should be able to force that upon people. And I know that when I go viral, I will be a leader in this movement. And it's a very, very uh, plain argument that I'm able to be able to essentially very bluntly describe to people, especially to women, and explain like basically you wouldn't want something done to you without your consent, and this is being done to young males without consent, and essentially. Why are we cutting off our dicks anymore? I mean, it's like it's very like when you hear that bluntly, it resonates. But then also, did you know that it could have been longer? And when women start to hear that, wait, hey, it could have been longer. Yeah, it could have been longer. Essentially, I don't want to get rid of the ceremony, essentially the bris, but there's a procedure that takes place with Orthodox converts that if they've already had a circumcision, there's just a pinprick that a mohel essentially removes that is a symbol between you and the covenant between you and God, and essentially um, I would like to have that type of ceremony for all Jewish males, so that we don't essentially cause um, really amputation of our genitalia. So when it comes to that and those types of um, procedures, I am very adamant that these things should be done only with people's consent. Now, when you get to be older and you want to be, let's say, 18, and you want to have a circumcision, go for it. That should be your um, that should be your choice. But I just don't like that being forced on babies. And the thing is, I've like I'm really into the science of sex and really like about nerve endings, and essentially in a woman, there are approximately like 20,000 nerve endings in her genitalia. In a man, it's about 5,000, and in someone with who's been circumcised, it can be about 2,000. Like it can really cause not as much pleasure, and so I just want to kind of remove um, that tradition. I don't want to necessarily remove the tradition, but I do want to make it so
The
that
procedure.
yeah, exactly, because we don't know what we're doing to ourselves. And here's why it's done. It's done because it was done to me, and it was done to my father, and his father
Right.
before him. And so it's just this cycle, and it takes a lot of courage to be able to stand up and say, I know that it was done to me, and I don't want it done to my sons, and I don't want it done to their sons. And I know within Orthodoxy, if it's really, if people really be honest, about 50% of people agree with me. And that's a huge amount in such a traditional
Yeah.
environment. And I know when people start to hear me talking about it publicly, that there will be a major, I think we'll be able to make some major changes there. And I think that in now moving towards like bodily autonomy, I feel like you should be able to do what you want with your body at the age of consent. But before then, um, you can't really consent to anything, at least not legally. And oh, so getting to social media is how I got on this. I noticed when Facebook first started. I've been on Facebook since the first year it started. Mark Zuckerberg and I were Facebook friends when it first started, before he became like a celebrity. So this was in the year 2005, 2006. It was launched, I think it was February 2nd, 2000, 2005, and I was using it on
Yeah.
2000.
After my.
Yeah, after MySpace, exactly. And it was um, it was really something only for people in college for a while, and then eventually became available to everyone. But this was the first site that I'd ever seen that they went from you must be 18 years old to use this site to you have to be 13. And at a certain point, it made me wonder, why is it 13? And it was a certain law that was passed that said that like you couldn't collect data on children, and so they considered the line between like children and teens, I guess, being age 13. But now I see how that decision has had such an impact on our society, because that means that a kid who's 13 or 14 or 15 or 16 or whatever, now has these ideals of what a woman should look like and what their
Yeah.
friends are going to think
Because
of
that's
them.
been 20 years.
Exactly, exactly,
13-year-olds are what, 30 something?
exactly.
They were on there.
Exactly. And what and it's so much like when before somebody like every guy thinks that they need to bring home a 10, or else they're going to get made fun of by their friends, and they're going to have to look in the comments and say here that this woman's not attractive, or this woman's fat, or whatever. um and it's
Yeah.
like it's just this unnecessary pressure that I feel are on the youth. And then also kids, I say kids, but like just people under 18. Like I guess when I grew up, more had more, I guess, integrity, and they had more um control of like their feelings. Like they wouldn't just come out and publicly say someone's ugly. That would just not be that would be rude. But yeah, if it's mean, exactly.
Yeah.
But nowadays, people will come out and just post that publicly and allow it to stay.
Not only that, it'll be like, well, look, you've done it. You're 40. You know what I mean? But like how pretty you are without understanding, like you're vegan or even vegan most of your life, and also the same, you know, back then or whatever.
Right.
And like they put age to them, you know.
Absolutely.
But there's also like just a money about there's other computer programs. You know what I mean?
Exactly.
Like you have that installed. You know what I mean? Well, would you know that's funny because some people don't cook themselves. Some people that's all they do is order out. Some
Right.
people don't cook themselves. Or will you cook for me? Is what they're asking. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And it's just like, well, you're gonna have to cook for your children or do something for your children.
Exactly.
You know, woman, do you you know what I mean? Do you do your own laundry?
Right. How self-sufficient are you? Yeah, I mean, what are you looking for? Like, it's almost like when somebody asks that question, how are you viewing me as a potential partner or as your mate? And um, and I'm not going to be your maid. If anything, we can share responsibilities where, if you like to cook and you don't want me in the kitchen, that's fine, but I can do the dishes then, or I can take out the garbage, or, we can agree upon responsibilities if that's attractive to you. And if we want to go out to dinner, maybe I can't cook, but I can provide. And so we'll go out to dinner more often because I don't want you to have to do all that work as often, or we'll order in or whatever it is, but it shouldn't be seen as like basically, I almost feel like, the video game The Sims. It was like a, yes. Oh yeah, of course you do. Yeah, exactly. I forgot about that. Yeah, so basically the way that that game would be like you would be looking for certain mates in the game, and you would judge them by like what their little skills, because it would mean that you would have to do less in the game. So if you had a mate who could cook, then that means you wouldn't have to cook for yourself. You could spend time doing other things. Or if they were athletic, they would be doing, or they played games, whatever it would be. And it's almost like people, like a game like that has wired people today to just be like, okay, well, what can you do for me? And I find that so much on Twitter Spaces, especially, like, um, people are always like, share your alpha. When I first started on Twitter Spaces, they're like, what is this alpha? What is it? What are all these people doing talking about this? And it just means share your advice or share good information. And it's like, oh, you have to learn all these lingos, like when you're using all of them. And then there are all of these abbreviations that people use. And it's like, I have to, I use Urban Dictionary all the time for these abbreviations because I'm just not hip with the lingo, I guess. And so I look it up and it's like, okay. And so, but it's almost like, and I understand people want their Twitter spaces or whatever it is to be really interesting, so they want good information. But it's like they just want to pull from you. They just keep wanting to pull from you, and it's almost like, at a certain point you you want to just be able to enjoy the conversation yourself and not just be pulled at. And I find that these teens who grew up into being adults have had their view really skewed because of social media. And I didn't necessarily see it at the beginning when I shouldn't say that. I guess we did when we first used Facebook. It was just like, hey, how can the way that we used it was we would go to parties and meet girls, and, like send them a Facebook friend request so that we would connect with those, like we could talk to them in the future. And when before it would be like you had to get a girl's number in order to be able to continue to have a friendship with them. Facebook allowed you to be able to connect and see like friends of friends and really create a community that way. But now, what it's evolved into, where it's like just kind of like what you said, like what can you do for me? Can you cook? Can you clean? Do you do laundry? How independent are you? That's exactly right. And it's about me, and take, 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 and there's no give in that. And then I find that those people also tend to not go ahead. right? And then there's right, and then right, and if let's say they found that and that person was just they loved them and they cared about them, you still have to worry about are they going to cheat, and that's like like one thing. Yes, exactly. I don't like cheaters. Fortunately, to my knowledge, I've never been cheated on, but I've never cheated. I'm not someone who tolerates that type of mentality. I don't like it. If I've ever had friends who do it or known people who do it, it's just not something that I like because I feel like not only are you ruining your own integrity with your lover or your partner or whatever, but now I don't trust you because now I know that you have this kind of mentality where you will go behind someone's back. So that means you might go behind my back or someone's back. And it's almost like these. It's usually men who do it. I'm not saying it always, but they have such a good thing at home, and yet they still want more. And it's like, okay, right, and that conversation is an important one, but then I think can cause a devolvement of your overall marriage or relationship or whatever. Because when you, yeah, it's like the beginning of the end. And I've seen relationships work that way, where they have an open relationship and such. But I just have never felt that those types of marriages were ever as strong as um, the ones that are monogamous, the traditional ways. But I think it's what ends up happening, and I think things have changed. It's just it's so expensive to live independently and to have a house and mortgage and rent and things. So you basically just end up becoming roommates who see other people. But then if you have children involved, and then it gets really really messy, and you're married, and yeah, I agree. I agree with you. And as a man, I've heard other men say this. This is just a thing that goes around in the male world. Is I don't want to raise someone else's kid. Basically, like if I'm going to put all of this effort into a relationship, they're going to be my children, or it's just a waste of my money. And um, I don't want to say it's unfortunate, but it is the way that it is that people get pregnant and they have children, when they didn't want to, or perhaps with the person they didn't want to. And now we've got a situation where, the population that might be dateable, most of it already has children from other relationships. And so then what you have to deal with is, are you going to be now you're now you know now you're going to be thrown into a situation. I didn't really think of it until thinking about it, but like you're going to be thrown into a relationship many times where you've never been a father before or a mother, and now you're forced to be one. Normally, like you at least get the growing pains of being able to see children, grow up and essentially be able to evolve as a parent with them. But now, no, now you're forced to like immediately. Now you're going to be going to baseball games and going to whatever ballet recitals, and I think that's not necessarily fair to the children either, where they, who's this guy who's coming around all the time now, and do I have to have a relationship with them? But what about my relationship with my normal father or normal mother, biological father or biological mother? It's 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 Yeah. Yeah. It, it is. Let's talk about that because I'm not exactly sure why, and I'd like to explore that. So, basically, I guess the adoption element of it is neither of you are tied to this child, so it's not like there there's DNA that you know that's in this child, and then I guess you would both want to you both have a responsibility to care for this child, and it's an equal responsibility. When it seems like in the step situation, usually it's going to be one sided, where you have one parent who loves the child, but then the other, the other, yeah, exactly. But there are some parents, some step parents who, are better parents to children than the biological, and those are really special people. Those, I mean, shout out to those people who are able to do that. And I think probably in situations where maybe someone can't reproduce or just chooses not to reproduce, they can they can be all in with the child and treat that child as close to as biological as possible, but still there's a lack there that I really feel for the step parent that they can't there's not like a process that they could be connected with that person biologically. It's been done. Maybe in the future there will be something that I can't ponder right now. But it's unfortunate that for as much as they love that child is never theirs. Like at least like that child's grandchildren won't have any connection to them or great grandchildren. It's not their lineage. It's really unfortunate, and all the effort that they put in. Uh, exactly. Oh, exactly. And they're exactly, and that's really unfortunate that that's free. But to be an adoptive parent, yeah, I mean, the thing at least within Judaism, that wouldn't make your children Jewish. It has to come from the mother. So yeah, not usually. Yeah, no, it's yeah, yeah, right. Um, that's okay. That's okay. Um, I mean, you're just looking out for your own lineage. There's nothing wrong with that. Um, I, I have the advantage of just being a man. Um, personally, I've always been into older women. I think that a woman is most attractive at about age 45. And the reason why I say that is because it's when she is the most educated and has the most amount of experience but can still reproduce. But now my thoughts on that are changing, that it's even going to age 50 and 55 perhaps with some of this technology. I think that educated women are very attractive and experienced women are attractive to me. And I personally have always, if you ever asked me as a younger person, I never wanted to be a father in my 20s, perhaps even my 30s. I always want to be an older father, um, with perhaps like more opportunity to be established and be able to provide for my family. And I understand that that means you know, like I mean, I can still play ball with a kid, and I can still be able to play ball with a kid in 10 years or 20 years, perhaps. I understand that that's not ideal, but I've just always been someone who felt that it would be good to live my life as much as I can and then settle down. Now, I understand that women don't always have the same freedom to be able to do that, though I want them to be able to have the same freedom to do that. And when it comes to the ability to perhaps reproduce in the future, I think it's something that I plan on doing, but I don't have the same that I would if I were a woman. So
definitely. Um, Restarts your reproductive, um, and it's like you pick up where you left off. So it's actually like a
and and I think that's a beautiful aspect of modern medicine that wasn't available perhaps a few generations ago, and changes the game and how people can live their lives. And I'm about that. I
yeah, but the average person is not going to just as total 25.
right,
You know, you're not going to.
right,
If you've been on like which is my situation, um, try to get off, you know, like your face, um, like your age fine, you know, your brain is check.
right. It's very,
Um,
it's
that's
yeah, exactly.
but
And
it's interesting that no one really thinks about that. Uh, the whole ages thing, it is there for a reason. You know what I mean? I were to prey on a 20-year-old, it would just be weird because you're out there.
right, and
So
are they
the
really
age gap thing is there. I mean, and it's just how
yeah,
you're my age.
I'm,
You're like in your
I'm
you're
39.
39 or
Exactly.
39. You're big. But how young or how old should you know what I mean? After the consenting, you know.
Right. At that point, it's really up to two people to, if they think that they can have a quality relationship. Um,
Yeah.
After consent, the age of consent, then I guess age is just
Is
a
10
number.
years too much?
No, I don't get into that. I mean, I
Okay.
think that if people are in love, you can have people in love who are 70 and 25. You can have people in love who are 30 and 31. It can
Okay.
happen, but is it always going to be viewed in society that way? Perhaps no. There will be some taboo to it, but
Yeah,
if
it's
people,
the power and wisdom thing.
yeah, but I mean, men want beauty and youth, and women want stability and um, really, well, I don't know if really is the right word, but they want stability, and so they can at least perhaps
Yeah.
find the appropriate person for them. I I don't know how. Uh, I mean, it also gets into, is it an older man or an older woman? We don't see this as much as these older women and younger men, but if that were to be, I think it's becoming more popular, and if that were becoming the norm, um, I don't see it as a necessary. I don't know when to say it would be a bad thing. I don't know if it's the best thing for the children in that, but it, if you can raise a family and they're happy and healthy children, then I say go for it.
Yeah. I think with the age stands more so ideology. And you gotta kind of throw your foundation ideology.
Yeah,
You're not in conflict or you know what I mean?
I'm in agreement
And
with
I
you.
think that the age you know, 2 years plus, individuals might be very counter to my idea. You know, like that, you know, like things.
Yeah,
But then if I be, they might be so inclined to be a little bit open to where they just rather keep it that
that's an excellent
than
point.
an actual
That's an
yes.
excellent point. Um, Holly, I could talk to you about these things all night, and perhaps I will. I have to go to the restroom, and I'm going to get some food. But
Okay.
just know how much I appreciate talking to you about these things. I think you're very smart, and we'll certainly talk again, perhaps even later tonight. But yeah, I've got to take care of some things. But just know, um, you are really smart. I'm going to leave it at
I'm
that.
not hitting on you, by the way. I just
No, 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 no. I didn't see that at all. I
okay.
see you as my friend, so don't you worry about that, okay?
Okay.
Excellent.
Okay.
Hey, you got a new friend in
Take
here.
care, Rabbi.
You have a new friend
Yes,
in here.
James.
All right.
He's from Texas. He doesn't speak very much.
Well, James, come on up and talk with Holly. I'm gonna take care of some things, but I'll perhaps be back later. And Holly, just know how much I
Okay.
appreciated speaking with you. Take care.
You
For
too. Bye
for
bye.
now. Bye.
You, the Rabbi Rothschild, Shalom, my nigga. Hey, oh no, I have 100 pennies. I hope no one comes and takes them. Why do you tell us to join the show? Number one, he's not here. Very socialized. No, I am. I'm looking at the.
going on, Sam? How you living, big dog? Hope you're doing well.
How you living, pimp? What up, Yannix? What up? What up to my Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 Inu community? How you living, babies? 100%. Not only that, though, I have transitioned to doing 24-hour spaces on camera. So if you didn't know, on iOS devices, you can share your camera on Twitter Spaces. So we're on day 5 of that. So not only do I live stream on 16 simultaneous YouTube streams, but I am now live streaming on Twitter Spaces. So if you ever want to come in and chill or just check out what I'm doing, you can now watch me live on Twitter Spaces. Thank you for letting me contribute. Well, let's see. Oh, of the 16, oh, I don't know. That's too many to count. But in my Twitter space, right now I've got 12 people in there, 12 accounts that I've created on my own. So how do you like that? 100%. But absolutely. How you living, baby? They're kind of quiet for the most part. Shout out to Bitcoin Obama. I love you, my man. Shout out to Zoot. Shout out to Yannick. Shout out to my Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 Inu crew. We're gonna be doing. I'm in conversations with more like when he returns from Hong Kong, we're gonna start doing trivia nights and karaoke nights. So just know, like literally, there's always a 24-hour space for Bitcoin. And if you ever want to come check me out, I'm live. Just type Truman Show in Twitter Spaces, and you'll always find me. 'Well, I didn't say that I'm gonna invite you up, but yeah, I mean, I'm as public and doxed as a person as you can be. Is that the code? Hey, Kramer style. That's what I like. Shout out to the person who just said that. Absolutely. The Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 Inu family is always near and dear to my heart. So feel free to stop by, at least in my Twitter space, whenever you want. 100%. Yeah, if you didn't know, I had over 2,100 Twitter accounts that were banned. I think that's got to be some kind of record. 2,100, yeah. So I think I have the most amount of social media accounts of any person ever. I have over 100 YouTube accounts, over 200 Instagram accounts, over 500 Twitch accounts, over 1,000 TikTok accounts. I had over 2,100 Twitter accounts. No, my name is Michael. Um, just got a nice little spreadsheet system that I use. 100%. Shalom, shalom. How you living, pimp? Excellent. I'm slaying a dick like it's going out of style. Absolutely. That's going in the Smithsonian. Well, I want to thank you guys for letting me come up and chill a little bit. And after this space ends, feel free to come to my space and check out what I'm doing. I'm eating spaghetti right now and just being sexy. So thank you so much, Yannick. Shout out to you. Shout out to Bitcoin Obama. Shout out to Zoot. Shout out to Carl. Shout out to Benny. Shout out to No Face, Alex, Ponzi Buddy, all of the people in the Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 Inu community. You guys are just the best. So thank you so much. And Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 Inu to the moon, baby. that makes I didn't have have you ever been toxic that you can protect again? I didn't like it so much when I was 11. For a lot of like our psychological problems were too connected. It just got bad. No. It's on the yeah. I'm still acting crying. Rebecca. Like, Anna, I don't. I was like, I didn't this quite yet. Taking the bathroom. Talked about somebody's scared. Because you're apparently. Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah. Well, well, like like now and then straight down. And I was like, I'm out that way. I can have yeah. Like, hey, why are you like a bug staff? And I don't explain. How do you regulation?
he's like, let me. And I was like, I was. And I was like, it was like, like I've never had technology. I was like, it's long, right? Like, I didn't ask you, right? Yeah, but, wait. Structure review. He's like, so I was like, yeah, for the ride, violation of probably it's good for. I know. You're what Harry, right? And I don't like right. But okay, I explain that to the public. I really tagging. Like, oh, not the no, no, and Harry, I'm like, I'm not. I don't want their. Remember, hey, I do how long have it been here for you? Long as instead of 45 minutes. Where are you originally from? I'm from LA. LA? Yeah. That's where your family? Yeah. But I've been here for about 8 so for long. From LA? Yeah. I find your story telling. What part of LA are you living? I live all over Glendale, Long Beach, Irving. All over. And we will be at Kia Forum. Have you heard of this arena? Yes. Arena? How would you like to do a minute at the forum? And I yes. Got it. There. Still alive? Around. That would have been great if he was like, I was took her out to the show. I guess only grandma watching it. Or and having secret ship Thursday. Okay, thank you. Thank you. Started here. With us. There he goes. It happened. Just playing an arena. From Chris, he started his life performing only to the condition of course. Ladies, dreams this show is bigger than of our price minute every single week. And for 10 free.
Welcome. How are you? Good to see you. Just watching some show, Tony. How about you? I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I'm live on 16 different YouTube streams. I'm live on a Twitter space. I have more data collected than any person in global history.
Damn, bro, you make money off this?
Some,
How much money do you make, bro? Yes.
enough.
Basically, like yourself, like forever.
Going back 3.5 years to the pandemic.
So, do you ever leave your house?
Yep.
Like, do you stay outside?
I do both.
Yeah, what about when you take a shit?
I've streamed that.
Do you stream yourself taking a shit?
Yep.
So, like, you're always on camera, on camera?
No, I don't.
Is there, like, any moments where, like, for example, you stream that too?
That hasn't happened, but I've had other people, like my roommates, they've come in. That's been streamed.
Damn, bro. Damn. Can't believe you're, like, an organism on camera.
100%. Have you ever seen the movie The Truman Show?
Yeah, I have, bro.
It looks like that.
Not, I mean, kind of, but, like, you're aware.
Exactly. The only difference is that we have like.
Yeah, that's true. I don't really like it.
All right, well, you don't have to like it. That's what I do.
No, I know, I get the concept of it, but like, I try to, like, move on to the topic. Be like, fuck to it, bro?
Yeah, I mean, it's been years since I've seen it. But yeah, I mean, I think it's really interesting the idea that the entire world would essentially become really enthralled with one individual because they've been able to grow up with him.
Yeah, bro. The last thing about it for me,
Yeah, it's quite an interesting
did
movie.
you cry in that movie?
I don't recall crying.
Oh, I cried.
There you go, man. How about,
His whole life was a lie, bro.
yeah, there's some aspects to that. That's really sad.
No, that's the main aspect of it. What do you mean, but you watched it?
When it came out in the 1990s.
Oh, so you're like an OG fan.
Yeah, then I saw it again in like 2005 or something like that, 2003, and then I've seen it again probably like 20. I'd watch it on YouTube. So
Tough, bro. Do you also stream on, like, really
no. I'm live on 16 different YouTubes right now. I'm live on Rumble. I'm live on Twitch. I'm live on. The only reason why I'm not live on Kick is because I got banned for spamming. I spammed them like for 6 months, but it worked to the point where I became the number one streamer in Aiden Ross's Discord. I've had Aiden Ross on my stream. I'm friends on Discord with the owner of Kick, named Eddie Craven. So I would have never had those connections.
Yo, I'm on a private phone with my dude Eddie.
Yeah. Why'd you bitch?
I really fuck with I believe he does dominant on the website. I find that kind of weird. I feel like a lot of people would. Yeah, he just looks that's not, you know what I mean?
I think he's a nice person. I think he listens to the community, so I'm positive towards him.
I get that, don't get me wrong, but like morality, he's not like how could a lot of like weird shit on that. Yeah, but actually, why would he a lot of that other stuff?
What does he encourage? Let me know. Maybe
I still want like I don't even want to say or anything like that.
you see
But
pornography?
outside.
You see pornography on
Huh?
you see pornography on Kick?
Yeah.
Okay, well they take that down right away. If anything.
Oh no, there's actually a couple up there. I don't know how they. I don't know. Like basically, like, I'm assuming that bot monitoring is actually doing it, but like if it is a bot one that I think it might be, they were recording they like it's either they make it smaller or they use like a I don't know how to explain it. It actually where they don't. It's not even that bro. Like doing harassment is like bad, but like kind of acceptable. Bro. But I see some streamers are like really shit.
I've seen that too, but they banned them.
No, but they're still there. Sam Pepper's still there.
Okay, yeah, but like Jack Doherty.
Yeah, but it does two wrongs on the. You know what I mean? There doesn't mean he's there. You know what I mean?
Okay,
They took away him.
what did Sam Pepper do in particular that made you mad? I mean, I don't know. I don't watch him 24/7. But what's up? What did he do?
He raped someone on stream, bro.
He raped someone on stream.
Yeah, it wasn't shown on stream, but like.
Wait, you just said he raped someone on stream, and then you're saying that it wasn't. Which was it?
No, it was on stream. But it was a way to happen. And yeah, I get it. It's not like actually love, but you know what I mean? That's the.
Okay, well, I mean, I don't know if that is actually. Did he get? I mean, here's the thing: did Sam Pepper get arrested for rape?
I'm not sure.
Okay, well, that's your opinion. I mean, obviously, if it was a rape, then there should be evidence to be able to prosecute. If there's not, then it wasn't a rape. Perhaps.
I don't know why you're defending rape, bro.
Dude, I'm just. You're the one who watches rape.
Bro, why are you putting it on me, bro? I went on his stream, bro, obliquely not knowing what I was doing. And I found out from certain people I was just Discord server, which are loyal fans and listen to the same thing. And wait, scratch that, bro. Then that's actually I watched it, bro.
You said.
Bro,
You just said to me. You
bro?
just said to me, Valerian Bloodline, that you watched somebody get raped on Kick.
Dude, you're actually weird for reading it like that.
That's what you. Those were your words. Those are your words.
No, but you're not. No, you're not trying to do it, bro. And that's not.
I'm not being funny. I'm being very serious. I'm not defending it. I'm saying that if a rape occurred, then they should be prosecuted for it. My friend, go enjoy your rape stream on Kick or whatever else you watch on porn on Kick.
Why do you keep on saying that?
You're the one who said I watch porn on Kick and I watch rape on Kick, and from my experience, I've never seen either of those.
Never said that.
Okay, that's cool. Okay, thanks. I appreciate your time. Take care, my friend.
no way. Yeah, bro. So disgusting.
I didn't do it. You're trying to make it up. Here's what
No, I
happened.
didn't make no
Here's what happened. Here's what happened. Do you want me to, dude? If you're gonna come here and make up stories, then I'm not gonna want to talk with you. If you want to know what happened,
No, I wasn't.
your friends said that they were. These were their exact words. I was watching. He said I don't like Kick because it sometimes shows some things on there that I don't like. And I said, okay, well, tell me what you don't like. What did it show? He says that somehow, some way, people are able to show porn on Kick. I said I've never been able to see anything like that. I don't know what you mean. Then he said, wait, hold on. Let me finish the. Let me finish the discussion. Let me finish. So then your friend said that he saw things that Sam Pepper did. And I said, I don't know what you're talking about. He said that Sam Pepper raped someone on stream. And I said, I didn't know about this. What are you talking about? They showed Sam Pepper raping someone on stream. And he said, I saw that I was watching a stream and the cameraman went off camera or something for 15 minutes, or Sam went off camera for 15 minutes, and allegedly some rape occurred. And I said, if a rape occurred, then it should be prosecuted. That's what I said. And wait, okay, then your friend said, then, then I, well, I mean, it was something along the lines of your friend said that he had watched someone get raped on Kick. And I said, fine, that's what you want to do. That's your thing. I don't watch those things on Kick. Rabbi, there's no way. Nah, bro. 11 bloodline. He probably didn't say that. Rabbi, did you actually say that?
Bro, he said it in a way, bro. Cause first of all, he tried to
Here,
manipulate me.
here,
Like,
just, dude, stop.
I want to know exactly.
Just
Bro,
let's watch it. Just shut up. Let's watch it.
Like you guys.
No, let's watch
Go
it.
back to the clips. I heard what you said, bro.
I'm going to it right now.
Bro.
I'm going to it
Like,
right
I
now.
was on you when I started doing some weird like rape jokes, bro. He told me to like watch a rape on Kick. I was like, what the fuck?
I absolutely did not say that.
Told her to do what?
That's literally what you said, bro. Stop trying to gas that, bro. Go back to the clip.
Here it is.
Yeah, no, why do people be stuck in blood on babies? Your body is weird. That's like making jokes about rape, bro, and like justifying like that's why it came to be guys around and destroy every other.
Here, if you want to watch it, we'll watch it right now.
Are you gonna like really catch this? You got to say, bro. I don't believe my boy.
Okay. Believe him. Believe him. Okay, I found it.
I'll play the tune that
I found it. Do you want to hear it or not?
I play the full clip though. I don't want to be done with it. Everybody's what bullshit. Yeah, I can't get it. Oh, easy show. Yeah.
So you just said that he raped. Okay, then I'm gonna tell you what. I'm gonna send it to you, and you can watch it for yourself.
Alright, clip yourself. Thank you, bro.
Here you go. I sent it to you. Feel free to enjoy it.
Alright, let me see if you actually clipped it.
I didn't clip it. I don't have time to do that. You can watch it. It's within the last 10 minutes.
I mean, obviously, you have time if you can't see, bro.
Dog, calm down. I'm sending you guys the clip or the live stream. Feel free to watch it and come to your own conclusion. All right, you guys should have a
Don't forget that. That's all I gotta say. Everybody, you got to follow it. So, let me get out about it. Or out on a in all area of something I have one of the possible side of the genuinely one of the you know put something legend so it's predictability everybody. Yeah. Yeah, put it I wife. Alright, the news say the aliens are crazy. The question is, what are we gonna be able to say? I said I've been waiting on this was be the first to get a polyamorous relationship with Mars. We'll be like, you ain't y'all come in here. Yeah. I already know they keep the aliens in that area 51. They on that midnight. Just wait for Rothschild to be there. Right. Okay, y'all say. Damage. What on my welcome. You know, damn right. You working at me? I just walk around with don't pull out of the always sign up. Yeah, every time. I love it. So you know, good. Brian, now what I think might be my motherfucking name. Goddamn. Yeah. What up, Mark? Yeah. Yeah. And, I know. So, David, welcome back. Last you've been I had to do some friends killed, and I invited you on the road, and I don't know why I was surprised at your level of intensity in theater. Incredible that I back so people like doing about theater. Oh, neat. That shit was you just did it a little bit better. I mean, you got it takes the joke. Well, always every day. Yeah, that's a day. That's a good part of me. Also,
later. Williams in this episode last Robbie. I wonder what Williams would have said if I can't even do a phone minute. Oh, says they are. And in college, first days. But don't. I'm giving. Right. Eon earlier. Apologize. Well, no, boy, a lot.
example, the proud animal of Canada. That's that we have in common. Because the proud animal symbol of Canada. Also, that beaver's name is incredibly popular. Adults love him. Very popular. All right, folks, have a great night. Wait. First, what the? It's the funnest thing on his off hours. Alex, exactly. Are you correct? It is my 11th. What is that exactly? Or what is 11th time? It means I've done open mics up in Canada. Oh, you're 11th. Travel the whole world in one night. Like somewhere over here. So Alex, you have 11 people. What do you do for a living? What type of prison guard are you? I'm Mark. Yeah. What do you mark essays? Like I work for a university, but everything's online. So that's why I'm able to teach service here. Sure. Yes, I'm a paper grader. Online. Yes. For being a school student. Unfortunately. How long have you been an online marketer? 12 years now. Wow. I was doing my education. An MA and then got partway through. Are you William Montgomery's dad? Okay. Are you married? How old are you? I am. Okay. What have you done? Was in a marriage where freedom wasn't really available. Tell us more about this marriage. How long did it last? Who was the restricted? Yeah, exactly. Where? Tell us about the marriage. It was one of those things that started out, and I thought it was someone who was amazing and driven, and so I said to myself, if the first night is like this, no one else will be divorced. And it was a long marriage. 12 years. Yeah, just married to a very passionate, very driven, very say that she's passionate. Type of example of how she's passionate. What do you mean? Bedroom? Yes. Okay. What a push. From John. Oh. Strong. Have you got a tiger mom, huh? Yes. China? Yes. What a box. She was actually from a very wealthy Chinese family. I met her while she was traveling. Oh. Wait, that's Korea. Wow. Marriage and general so. Okay. Was a lot of that. Absolutely. Yeah. Tell us about it. She hit you with nunchucks?
Little choppy chop. A finger trap.
Mostly a lot of thrown dishes. So, yeah.
Like the China. Goodness. By a Chinese like, dang.
Not really. Like when I went to China, went to and met her dad, and her dad was a little bit them, and
There and you ever
very strange things you get in Newfoundland. I'm from British Columbia, and on the other side of Canada. So it's and then first week was in Seattle. He just blew my open.
What else? What was like the where did you draw the ball? When did the wontons fun?
What were the highs and lows?
Beers. What was straw? Even if they don't really
A straw hat.
piece of bread.
Watched from spontaneous violence and everything.
It's okay. Look, you. Thanks, you want from the sour. The one.
Yeah, I actually went from very thin where we didn't have a lot in common conversation. Yeah, someone from very rough on a rant like I did, just
What's it?
yeah.
A woman and
Calmer. Absolutely. Love on the spectrum. Yeah, clever. You definitely did. I finally watch a lot of stuff.
well. So for you. Goes a long way. Flex up. Okay. Let's go last. That's makes final.
welcome, Austin. Here's random back every quick. And that brings us to the only one thing in the world possibly gamer and record for all time and interviews. And you can send it for Angela, the killer. He mixed the he everybody says dogs are racist, but mine's actually homophobic. I tried to take my dog to San Francisco, and I quote, "Reward me or euthanize me." 47-year-old Russian opposition Alexei Navalny recently found dead in prison. That he had death syndrome, which is kind of weird. Realize he knew every. This is a really weird rumor, but I just pilot well. Hey, that's no fun. Wow. Going into light on their buckles mixed in with unbelievable. I love it for what was the journal Alexei Navalny. I mean, it's really crazy. Yeah, we really has goals in our region of our planet Earth. I mean, almost you're fucking looking right now. Because I'm worried, Tony. I'm worried about today. I was watching and I was watching this man go through the garbage for a couple hours. Finally, got the nerve cash that I just made out there, and I started talking to him really aggressive other acid. There is acid. Right. I was just thinking, no, I didn't go back out there. I got my pocket back out there because he was still out there, and I said, "Look, yeah, just put it all up." And when I get back, I'll around. So I go up, I'm like, "Hey, are you gonna clean all this? What are you gonna? Are you leaving it there?" And I was like, "Son of a freak!" And my freaking, I got in trouble. My girlfriend heard me say that. Like, okay, but when you said have fun on the street, well, yeah, said that. But coming at me, ran up the stairs of my apartment like a little bitch. Have a conversation. I just want to let you know why you're laughter, right? All this stuff about tens. I don't want to give away the show, but it's not always real. Ships, some of the things that doesn't. But deeper, but really Montgomery, everything here is real. Well, an escalator is talking about seeing things outside of his window or sitting on his perch. These are the things he talks about in the green room, before theater, airplane, restaurants, for a reading. Whoa. Yeah, I mean, Saturday night. Yeah. Smoking a little weed tonight. Sounds bad. Yeah. Number. Are you talking about full size thing or with full size? We're joking. Water. Yeah, I mean, if I could get half of it out, hold on. Literally a little. Yeah, literally, you know, it's full. It's so I really wanted all this. Yeah, but first, it looks like it's recording me time halfway through in real time. I mean, monologue things are yeah, it's fine for everybody else. But you the song everybody else everybody knows all recording point where close I mean that's why he told me earlier was to have my pocket out finally frankly so much is got away with it. What I don't understand you think that dumbass you the first person I everybody for all this. Oh, he trapped oh, what I don't understand I hear all the time I road all the time you're always crushing possibly their own show people are buying on everybody for vomit. How does that happen? No, I don't think I was just in my head I'm thinking it's happening. So I don't know. I don't think actually. Oh, together. So okay. About a special. We're gonna get like a special YouTube from you. Yeah, we'll see. I mean, it's taken freaking come up 45 minutes. I don't believe you're allowed to do this. It's taking me a while. Okay. Guys, right. Um, so William, all her brands today, and actually, okay, I've never had a not only buttermilk but also sourdough. Okay, out there. Yes. Free technology. Yeah, after one of the shows, uh, you're looking white. Sort of. Um, looked it up. Long American expensive. Flying for rack and cruising. Who's It's orange, but raccoons. Well, look at that. No race. It's just the life of a little animal. There you go. You know, show ready before we just do a little more things. Are you guys or what? You guys look for how many of you go for a bit? Are you guys looking for three on top of one of the queens at the comedy store and one of the kings of comedy store? Also, the record holder for all appearances as again shows the first time pandemic. Ladies and gentlemen, I am so excited to the stage. Tom Rivera, Eleanor Kerrigan, and Rick. Make some fucking noise. Tom Rivera. On the show, 24/3. How about Amber? What a rare great Eleanor Kerrigan for women out now on comedy stores. Awesome. Really cool merch. Of course, there. Way more done. Oh my. Back to my hair. You got fucking know. Joe friend. Taking laughter. He's the best. Goddamn right. Eleanor Kerrigan, welcome back. Women.
Thank you.
Great rich boss. Let it go. On the show is more than over hoping their stage. They get glad they get seconds of comedy clearly become famous on the show. That means they have to wrap it up then or else they bring up Angry West Hollywood Bear. And now you put them more about that make it about what person brought across the street voices grab them under drag them over here in the meanwhile get the show started with our great regulars, everybody. A fucking absolute thunderbolt of energy starts on Montgomery, importantly, literally famous local manager. He is our presenting 60 and from the rocket. Okay. I went from hell yeah. No, all right. I've been calming down so I can't. I've lost you again. A lot of people ask, they say, pretty struggling. I tell them, ladies and gentlemen, one white guy boss, all the white guys. I don't know. All I'm saying is, first, right? So, I'm not, all right, so it's like, walking heroes, or 7 years. level have one shoot. Because it's okay, so welcome back to the show. Congratulations. I'm we're into a little of my pros. Hello there. Being in therapy, everything affordable. By way therapist, therapy, and earlier talks page you can sign up online, get a badge provider that's 48 hours. Red I think is a beneficial box. So we need to and healthcare and therapist box or rate as a center for life. So grow dollars space grow. Hey, development and brand audience only one on your band. Tony, I can't believe how Squarespace is taking a website content. It never has been anywhere city. Start with a best in class website every time now. Reimagine mobile. Put your imagination online with built in and ready to go. Red and hook organize it. Squarespace love Squarespace and it's for a free trial. First, like, alright. What are the name of it? Here, They're online and I together. Sets up for him, right? There you can forward them. What do you tell you? You know, a lot. You know, I want to forward for whole. Every friend, hey, yeah, yeah, bye. Casey Crockett. say it again. He did a good job. I do look a young man. I don't like that. What was he about before? So, wait a minute. Oh, that's no, this like I'm a ball person. I don't know why he's like that. Very all this fucked up. Why? All day. This not work. There's like the water. I did it. I don't know. I don't play crazy. Not excited. I was surprised. I would go back on.
I'm a single mom. Got this baby with 20 weeks old boy. Weeks I didn't find out running raised it. The next what it's things. Before, now girl and the comedy store in London, and he. Yeah.
That's not a real comedy.
No, it's
I
not.
love that.
Yeah. Australia as well, right? Yeah, they got one in Sydney. He's nearly 3, getting babysat. Yeah.
And I was found a random lady.
Well, you have to pay, so I figured they better than. She also said she didn't think. I was like, you'll do.
Yeah, I like that's a okay. Things we got here. The name of song or chord or any like fella in the hill.
Yeah, right.
Okay, let's do that. For you.
Well, it ain't no use in a wonder why. You know,
One.
you that you don't know by now. But ain't no use to sit and wonder why they never do. Prove that the great peak of dawn, great, now we go home. These times won't take us alright.
Direction. what do you do? What better job for you? Shelves with the high everything. Night are they? Oh, or when you hear that point, look out. Is there any other time you're like, really nervous during your not uncomfortable interview? What is the question you're so afraid that I've asked? I want my photo like oh, I oh, great nervous interview for your likely guy. Very nice. I'm just glad that I know funny or I don't funny. Those days. All-time great. What else is on in your life? While evaluator you? Nervous during sex? That happened? How about wait? See if it works. How old are you? 20. Now you're a religious guy. How do you get your virginity? Like, apparently, that have been on this stage before, but I want to know what's here. Very awkward. Yeah. Tell us what the closest you've got. Gone down. Have you had a girl go down? The girls though. Instead of about that porn you jerk off. How many bedrooms? It's a 4-bedroom. 4-bedroom house. So every bedroom is other guy. Problem. Okay. Okay. I got a boner. Everyone in every right band's terrible at that. Never. Gone. Yes. What did you do on this? Ended up being really awkward. Have like the park with, and we got to the place and was hungry. Just going. Perhaps well, originally the strategy. Yeah, alarm. Very shaky. Yeah, for a lot of yeah, and then once hungry, how long hang out the park? About 2 hours. About 2 hours. About what their life stuff. So yeah. Trying to ask him questions. Quite like ask how to write a. I know. Probably gonna. Record in the corner. That's it. Oils for my loins.
military, but I got was only days door. I got loaded that is like back out was don't know but that was one of the yeah, that's just like a lot of going to your goals.
Colorado. Colorado. Really? Okay. Really? What did you specialize
Oh hell yeah.
in? Oh, oh, love it. What do you there's some that what do you
Look at Graham.
is yeah, it looks like oh,
Yes.
okay. Let's bring Ken Hunter back. Right down the pipeline. How about this little girl with on right? Well, your software and hardware, right? With Ray? I'm gonna prepare dinner. I'm not gonna swear. You guys are I'll put fucking what, $200? Yep, there you go. Lesbian yelling out numbers. Jesus Christ, well, $200. You guys see the location at 30 years, and you guys motherfuckers praying. One, a whole new confidence after this. Okay. Okay. I know about like 3 days ago. So I'm gonna get went to jail. Like she had a warrant. Second, I was even probably with the cartel in some fashion form. Right? Hold on. And a baby. That about that. And like up, I first want to get a lot of Instagram. Almost always substance. Well, literally, you know. I didn't even mention rules like a lot of place wearing it or what is what is not her place. I love it. What was I supposed to say? Like, no, no, girl up there. No, you know, hey, oh, carrots and peas. Like a woman. Why is it? What now? I don't know. I don't know what this is. It's hard to understand too, but I love wrestling. I'm good. Getting tired of guys making legs. There's a no. I mean, that was a thing, right? And then the father said, "Legs." All speed oil. No, there we go. shit or anything. I was 30 years old and I saw a bubble. Single ball, man. Big containers that were designed to store hay. And yeah, I was far too content with like I was ready to live the rest of my life like that. Over. Like, hey, where are your goals? Like, I have it. No, this is red flag. The red flags I should know about? Like, yeah, I had figuring out. I had more money. Hang out goals. How are you? That's right. I don't want to love it. How did that for you? Well, very lot goals, goals you can have. That's just goals. Hello. Box. Yeah. Very good boy. I the whole what do you both of children really don't know? I mean, just on the floor. Oh, yeah. Don't match board. No headboard. No headboard. I mean, I think I want to kick that. It's like 2 floors. I gotta walk it up. It's a comparison all the time, man. Later. He's got truck is all night. Yes, and whatnot. Screen. Yeah, screen. I got it. Microphone here. All right. Yeah. Can you do anything special to fucking get it hard again? You like reverse scream or something?
Yeah. Pussy foul, I usually
Just think about it again. Use the imagination. Later.
the quicker I get harder, the I get to put it back in there.
That's actually the point. A lot of very truck driver drives truck. Good. Great. Lights and where you get very simple money doing pussy do.
Oh, of course. Thanks. And torch on all that shot. I'll never miss a meal.
Argue. Pudding. I'm down. A large okay. Before you get there. So good on so we performed great. What's up? How you guys doing? I just priced we'll start getting fuck up in a year. You know, we're doing something once a live application on points up. I'm pretty excited about it. Next year about abortion. actually saying that like you know they not because it did not be HI, but I saw them in HI, so I went back to look at it, but it was kind of strange. There was three women, they were in HI, and the only thing I would have if there was some involvement in HI, everyone to look at it. I was checking the videos over had to be like real. How video regular person couldn't have found they made the videos right. I mean, those videos are real, right? Yeah, probably not. But I mean, I'm sure like that probably would. I like the Vegas. I did it. Yeah.
Guys, ever heard of Chucky?
Yeah, what is it?
Do you know about this? Okay. Trump. Go Jeff.
Did I enter that theory? Okay. Come on, tell me. Speaking of, what is it?
Content.
I was actually thank you, sweetie.
Ego Chucky. Go on YouTube and Destiny. It can actually the different theories of cancer not actually and the Chucky. Anyway, you can look into talking about AI information.
I'm dying to hear it. Keep going.
Actually, it's all these bots talking to each other in the comments and even talking to the actual comments. And the Evangeline account now it like 3 hour long videos where he's just talking and kind of these from stuff. Anyway, you guys know the YouTuber Destiny. Good YouTuber.
Oh, yeah, the gay guy that debates.
Yeah. So he investigating some strange theory. And when he said something particular on all these accounts, Twitch stream were made accounts, which is like fresh accounts, freshly made like 2 minutes ago, like the minute that you said the word ego Chilokian. And then they were like, no, this guy's real. Here's a CIA or here's a lawsuit in it. All that. Yeah, but you can watch that video. It's quite creepy. You can go down the rabbit hole. The dead internet theory and ego Chilokian.
Uh-oh, she can stay now.
Yes, thank you so much, Logan. I've missed you so dearly. It's been about a year since we've spoken. Thank you for your message. I tried to respond, but I think the account on which I responded to you got banned. But when it comes to the dead internet theory, I can tell you that it's quite easy to just create accounts. I created over 2,000 Twitter accounts myself. I wanted you guys to know that if you didn't know, I live stream my life, and I've been doing so for more than 3.5 years. Logan and I met about 2 years ago, and in UFO Twitter. And just wanted you guys to know that I'm back on Twitter, and I've been doing 24-hour video spaces on Twitter Spaces. So if you're ever bored and you want to come check out what I'm listening to, I like listening to Art Bell and George Norrie and all that kind of stuff. I've been really getting into the Travis Walton encounter and the Betty and Barney Hill. So I'm definitely a ufologist through and through. And just Logan, I want you to know how much I've missed you. You're a really great person. You are a great Spaces host, and I think you're an amazing leader in the ufology movement. I even listened to your old interviews that you did with like Richard Doty. Like I listened to your archive stuff because it's so good. So shout out to you and shout out to this room. Thank you for letting me contribute. No, go ahead. I changed rooms in the house. So, yeah, I was able to essentially get a little bit more space in a storage room that we have, and was able to work on my rent a little bit. So, that I've been able to continue my live streaming. If you guys don't know, I live stream my life for world peace. I talk about wanting to end world hunger through the use of technology like agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, things like perhaps vertical farming and um, just really cloud seeding and hydroponics. These are all what I feel are going to be beneficial discussions for the world in the future, especially other things I talk about: anti-gravity, antimatter, faster than light travel, faster than light communication, and really one of the most important topics I think that we have is alien disclosure. And I know that I probably have a lot of people in here who feel the same way. Yeah, yeah, exactly. So I created 2,000 accounts, which I know goes against the terms, but I was just trying to promote myself. I was Yeah, actually like 2,100. Yeah. And it took me about 6 months to do. And so what I would do is I would create an account and then just have it follow 400 people and then just create another account and have it follow 400 people. I did that for about 6 months and drove the moderation team at Twitter, I think, pretty crazy. And then I got banned, and they just went through and banned all my accounts, and I think updated their terms and conditions to try to close the loopholes that I was exploiting. So I went to Kick, if you know what Kick is, and Discord. I created my own Discord, and got pretty popular on. I mean, everybody knows about me on Kick. Because I did the same thing there and just really just spammed accounts. When it comes to what Lady was saying with the dead internet theory, I can vouch a lot of the accounts that you're going to find out there are botted, and there are real people, of course, but she's absolutely right. And while the dead internet theory may not want to, they may not want to make it mainstream. I feel as if that it is a very valid discussion and has been. I think they've said since like 2018. Most of the content that's produced on the internet is essentially from bots of some sort, and I could see that. I mean, I've done it firsthand. On Kick, I was able to have interviews with Aiden Ross, if you know who that is. I'm the number one streamer all time in Aiden Ross's Discord, number one streamer in iShow Speed, number one streamer in Kai Sanat, number one streamer in Amaranth. So I've been able to make some connections there in the influencer world. And I became friends, at least on Discord, with the owner of Kick, Eddie Craven, and just became, more well known there. But really, I find that probably the most influential people on social media are still on Twitter, and the Twitter discussions that happen, I feel, are just really the most interesting ones that I can, with which I can participate, in which I can participate. And so what I've done is something a little different. A lot of people do 24-hour spaces and they get burned out and such. I've been doing 24-hour live streams on YouTube for more than 3.5 years. And I'm live on 16 different streams right now. But what I've done that's really a game changer is now I'm doing 24-hour spaces on video. So if you're ever bored on Twitter Spaces and you want to come see what I'm up to, just type in Truman Show on Twitter Spaces search and I'll show up. And I've got a bunch of accounts in there right now. And just if you're interested in ufology, when I fall asleep to UFO podcasts. And really, I've been getting into alien abductees recently. That's kind of my jam. I find alien abductions to be one of the most fascinating topics in ufology. So if you're ever bored, please feel free to say hello. I mean, I find what I do to be very beneficial to the world, and I've made a lot of friends this way. I have over 1,600 people who have joined my Discord, so we play games. And I go outside. I do some IRL streaming, but really, it's probably easiest for me to stay near my router. So really, I if you've ever seen the movie The Truman Show, that's essentially what I am, except we have my consent to do this. And I know in the future, or I feel in the future, the discussions that I have are going to be very important to the world. For everyone in here, if you're not aware, I talk about things that may be of benefit to you, like life extension technology. With your consent, in the future, we may be able to utilize oxygen therapy, stem cells, human growth hormone, cryonics, cryogenics, things like ambrosia therapy and cold shock therapy to increase your average life expectancy to age 100, 120. And if you're like, well, Rabbi, I can't afford any of that stuff, I understand. Data is Earth's number one resource, and I have more data online archived than any person ever. That may make me an influential person, and when it does, I'm going to help all of you. I want to be able to give you the money to be able to pay for your families and your friends, their generational wealth, and I want you to be able to start charities of your own and organizations to help the world. But you might get to 120. You may say, Rabbi, all right, I've lived a good life. What's the next step? And this is if you want. We get into mind uploading technology where we scan your brain into a computer like a CAT scan or an MRI, if you want, again, with your consent, for later download as an android, an avatar, a cyborg, a cybernetic being, a clone of yourself, an ethereal being, a robot, whatever you want to be. But a lot of people don't recognize that within a generation or two, there may be the opportunity of digital immortality. And that's something that I talk about a lot. So some people may say, well, that's not that interesting. And I understand. But to other people, this type of discussion is fascinating. And I get a lot of enrichment doing it.
Awesome. You sound really happy with your good stuff.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. I am. I'm proud of the work I do and glad to be back and be around good people. And if you ever need anything, if you're just bored or lonely or need someone to talk to, you should know that I'm always here to be a positive person in your life. I want the best for you. I want the best for your friends and family. I'm here to be an optimistic individual and just to give people hope. And I just appreciate being able to contribute.
So do you ever feel trapped?
Not at all. I feel, if anything, enhanced by it. My entire life is recorded, and I use the recording sometimes when I need them for practical purposes. But I find it interesting. Just like in the past, we would have had someone who was a diarist, someone who would write diaries, or a journalist, someone who would write journals. And we would study that later, decades later, perhaps centuries later. I'm doing the same for future generations, and perhaps they may be able to learn from the experiences that I've had and the discussions that I've had, and just in the same way that we study archived photographs and archived video, people will do the same with my live stream.
Seems like a fair trade. Maybe it's because I never heard it.
Absolutely. Hey, if that's what makes you happy, then more power to you. I can understand how you'd want to disconnect, and at least in my world, it doesn't. So long as the streams are going, then I just live my life in a normal way. I would be watching podcasts, I'd be watching stand-up comedy, I'd be singing karaoke, doing all the other things that I normally would be doing in my life, but I just do them on camera. Uh, I mean, generally you can do more than you can on X, or than you can on YouTube and Twitch and Kick and and Twitch and Rumble, but they do still have some guidelines. Like I would say that you can't do illegal activities and things like that on stream. I think that still is against their terms and conditions. Yeah, I mean, there's like you can basically play copyrighted content. Though I do know some people who have, and they've gotten their accounts banned. So, but Twitter doesn't have that same team of moderators that YouTube has that will come in and ban you for copyright infringement and perhaps they can be very difficult. And the worst part of it is it seems like they have put a lot of their moderation policies and strategies in the hands of AI, and AI just can't really discern between quality content, real content, and perhaps someone who's infringing on another person's copyright. It's unfortunate that that is the way that the world in which we live. That we have robots that are basically watching what we're doing to make sure that it stays in line with their terms. But I get banned sometimes on accounts, and I don't understand why. Sometimes I understand why, but other times I don't. And then I see other people who may perhaps be violating the guidelines, and they're not being banned, and it causes confusion. But that's why I multi-stream. I've become the king of multi-streaming. So I'm live on 33 different platforms right now. I'm live on 16 simultaneous YouTube streams, so you can watch me in 360 degrees. And if any of my accounts ever get banned, I've got backups and backups of the backups. So, and just do my best to be uncancelable. That someday when this goes viral, and I know if I become the person who lives on Twitter Spaces, the people on Twitter Spaces, if I do it for months, they will like basically check in with me to see what's going on. I'll be that one individual who you can watch live on camera, which is another different aspect of my Twitter Spaces. Then when that happens, we're going to really start to improve people's lives globally. Well, you may get bored with that, but AI in the future, well, currently can take my 24-hour streams and condense them to 3 minutes. So you get the best conversations or the most exciting things that I do or the funniest parts so that you can live your life in a normal fashion, but also not have to spend 24 hours watching me. But if you do want content 24 hours a day. I've got it. I'm always watching some kind of podcast, whether it's Lex Friedman, Joe Rogan, Kill Tony, some type of UFO documentary, Art Bell. I've always got Coast to Coast going on when that's on. So, if you're interested in the paranormal, ufology, and really technology in general, I'm your person. I'm a major advocate for Bob Lazar. So Bob Lazar's story basically has been consistent since the 1980s. I love his story. I'm a huge George Knapp advocate. I feel he does a great job of cutting through some of the bunk out there and really getting to the heart of many of these matters. Um, there are some others that, like Jeremy Corbell, who I think does a pretty good job. He still has some work to do, I think, to really get to be one of these great ufologists. People give Stephen Greer a lot of grief, and I understand, especially more recently. But if you've never seen the Disclosure Project, the original one from 2001, I believe it's like early May 2001. I highly suggest you take a look at that. That was the thing that changed me from being a UFO skeptic to being a UFO believer. It's basically a press conference with like a couple dozen um, firsthand witnesses and people with data who talk about their experiences in ufology, and I just find that to be fascinating. So I would say those are the primary ones. Do you have some that I might want to check out as well?
You know, I really enjoy the fucking classic Tina Turner crap. And I was just curious, where are
Absolutely.
you located with that?
Where am I located?
Are you in California?
I'm in Irvine. Yeah.
Oh, wow. Okay, well, bye. I'll see you. I mean,
Very cool. Whereabouts?
I'm close to Redondo Beach. Oh,
Certainly.
y'all are really close. Yeah.
Absolutely. Are they just
Yeah,
off
if
the
you want me,
coast?
I just followed you. Yeah. I just, if you want, I reached out.
Very well.
Yeah, man, I had
I,
fun sharing.
I may have to do that. We may have to
Hey,
live stream it.
anytime. Never heard anyone call you UFs. Right?
That's how I would describe it. Yeah. I mean, I love it. Now, as I understand, they're allegedly some kind of UFO base or UF base from like Malibu to Redondo Beach, like right around Rancho
Oh,
Palos
yeah.
Verdes. Yeah, in that area. Is that what you're referencing? That you see them taking off from around there?
No, 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 no. These are just ones that are, I got, to follow me. Anytime that more stuff, I like, yeah, that has not been the case. It hasn't ever, yeah, I like, pretty, power out because,
Absolutely.
follow me. That's, you see that, have you ever seen one?
I have seen one. Yeah.
Okay, well, you get to see, like, 90.
Wow, that's phenomenal. Do you
Yes.
report these on to MUFON or anything like that?
No, I don't really have the time. That's all. I sure,
Excellent. Hey, I wanted to give some shout outs. I know I gave some to Logan, but Red Panda Koala, you do a great job of hosting spaces. And also, I know Tupacabra was in here. He does a great job as well. Thank you guys so much for what you do for the movement. And you just give a very professional environment for these discussions to take place. And to 12, I believe that was 12. I followed you. And is it Chad Young as well? I'm going to follow you guys as well, and just know that everyone who shares the content that they have that they experience, it's very important to the movement. So I appreciate that.
thanks, Ryan. And check out guy that I just put in the bill. Okay. I can
That could be. I try to be as positive as possible, but I think that my journey, at least of anonymity, is coming closer and closer to an end. I've got a lot of supporters now. Um, I've got, and I think really I'm going to become like famous for being the person who lives on Twitter Spaces. Nobody else does that. I've now been doing it live on for 5 days, and I've been doing it live on YouTube for 3.5 years. So that has no end in sight.
not like to
Excellent. And that's what I want to do for people. That's what I want to do for society. I feel that these conversations that we have in these Twitter spaces are discussions that should be taken seriously in the mainstream. And I feel when we get more and more people, more influencers who talk about them, that they'll be taken more seriously. And then eventually the mainstream media will be forced to have these discussions as well. I was quite disappointed with what happened with the UAP, the drone discussion on the East Coast. I really was hoping for more discussion of that. If I may ask, and I'm not an expert on this, basically, as I understand, the Trump administration, shortly after he took office, said that we knew that these were like approved by the FAA, but but I never heard like who owned them, or did we ever get like I know they had crashed ones. I'm sure you guys have had these discussions, but does anybody have any further of a briefing that they can provide?
I think it's either China or
Okay, so you're as stumped as basically I am on that one, and that was quite an interesting event. I think that series of nightly sightings, I hope that helped the community. I don't know if it necessarily did because it caused a lot of confusion, causing them calling them drones. With them usually the things that are alien related generally don't have like the green and red lights and they don't make sounds. But if anything, I hope it just opened people's eyes to looking into the sky and recognizing that we may not be alone. And if that's true, then we have to have a mature conversation uh, as just a civilization of humanity that we may have been seeded here, or that these UAPs or UFOs or um, alien civilizations um, may have some kind of day to day effect on our lives, and we may not necessarily um, understand it, or but really, the more discussion that we have on the topic, I feel the better it is for ufology.
I agree. Actually, I'm gonna shoot some of the team members. I've been
He sounds adorable. Well, I recognize that I'm living in a really special time. If you didn't know, in 2018, the Economist magazine stated that data was Earth's number one resource, that it had overtaken petroleum. And yeah, exactly. And I would just recognize that people might be able to learn from that, which that what I do on a daily basis. People in the future, while it may not seem interesting now, I think at an academic level they'll be able to learn from my biology, from my circadian rhythm, my eating habits, my breathing habits, my uh, even everything down to the sociological discussions that I have with people. I think all of this will be studied perhaps when I talk about really interesting things. Logan, do you mind? I've got a list of some technology that maybe spur some conversation in here. Excellent. Okay, so I hope you can still hear me. Can you hear me? Okay, excellent. So these are just like I think probably over the course of the next century or perhaps longer, types of technology that we may be. You can't hear me anymore? Okay, excellent. So things like an artificial gill, a device that allows humans to extract oxygen from water, theoretically enabling underwater breathing, artificial super mitochondria, engineered mitochondria that enhance cellular energy production beyond natural capabilities, de-extinction. I talk about this one all the time. So this is the process of reviving extinct species through genetic engineering and cloning techniques. People don't know this, but the first successful de-extinction took place in the year 2003. It was with the Pyrenean ibex, which was like a goat that was located in northern Spain, southern France. Fast, fast forward. Go ahead. A goat. Yeah, it was an ibex. So essentially, as I understand, last I read, there were researchers who basically were studying a type of goat that was going extinct in the Pyrenean Mountains, and eventually did. They had its DNA and were able to impregnate similar types of ibexes, like 200 of them, and bring one of them to term. Now, that's what I think probably through some type of IVF or in vitro fertilization. Uh, and they were able to bring one of them to term. Its offspring lasted 7 minutes, but it was seen as a major breakthrough in the de-extinction movement because it had showed that it was viable. Fast forward to the year 2021, a company out of Dallas, Texas was founded known as Colossal Scientific. They're at colossal.com. And even on their website, they've stated that within the next 3 years, or by the year 2028, they want to reintroduce the woolly mammoth into the Arctic Circle using African elephant surrogates, which I just think, yeah. So I believe they got the DNA from the woolly mammoth hairs in frozen glaciers. Like they've been preserved quite well, and so they're able to essentially modify that to be able to be impregnated into an African elephant. And they've made it their goal that within the next 2 years to reintroduce them into the Arctic Circle. It's on their website. Following the reintroduction of the woolly mammoth, they want to reintroduce the Tasmanian tiger, followed by the dodo bird. The dodo bird's been extinct since like 1652. And I just think this is really interesting and it's not being discussed mainstream. It is a little bit in some scientific journals and such, but this is something that we may be able to see within the next 2.5 years or so. So I'm a major advocate for de-extinction, and that's something that we may be able to see in the future. Other things are perhaps a Dyson. Oh, go ahead. If you, please, please do. Very cool. And I think that that may be an opportunity perhaps in the future for some people. And even just the term de-extinction, when people hear it, they think of Jurassic Park. And while the de-extinction of large lizards, essentially dinosaurs, is much more difficult. With AI, it may be much more achievable. And so I think that scientists have started on some more recent extinct species, and they're going to work their way perhaps to that. Uh, but these are just things that I find fascinating. Other things, and please interrupt me at any point if you find any of these interesting. Or if not, I'll just keep going and we can have discussions perhaps. A Dyson tree, a theoretical bioengineered tree designed to harness energy from the environment for sustainability. Female sperm, engineered sperm cells capable of fertilizing eggs, potentially allowing same sex couples to have biological children. Hair cloning, a technique to create new hair follicles from a person's cells to treat hair loss. Now, all of the ones that I'm reading right now are going to be biological, but I've got biological and robotic and all kinds, mechanical, all kinds of things. This is an interesting one. A humanzee, a speculative hybrid between humans and chimpanzees, exploring the boundaries of genetic engineering. And if this one sounds like bizarre, it was tried over 100 years ago in the Soviet Union in the 1920s, and then again by China in the 1960s. And there were certainly ethical questions in doing this, but there may be an opportunity perhaps at having some kind of human chimpanzee hybrid. I mean, if you're aware, we share like 99% of the same DNA with them. So it may be something that we may be able to see in the future. Uh, that may be an opportunity as well. Perhaps both. It's a both may be something that we may be able to see in the future, and this certainly will have ethical concerns when if that does happen. Other things that we talk about: life extension technologies aimed at significantly increasing human lifespan through genetic, cellular, or medical advances. Liquid breathing, a method of breathing using liquid instead of air, theoretically enabling extended underwater survival. The flip side of female sperm is a male egg, a concept where male cells are engineered to produce eggs, allowing new reproductive possibilities. Nootropics, substances that enhance cognitive function, memory, or creativity in healthy individuals. Prime editing, a groundbreaking gene editing technology that allows precise modifications to DNA without introducing errors. Things like perhaps a universal snakebite antidote, a broad spectrum treatment effective against various snake venom types. So those are some futuristic kind of things that may be available to people within the next generation or two. The next has to do with engineering and manufacturing. So a biogel refrigerator, a cooling system utilizing biogel technology to preserve food without traditional energy sources. Diamond trees, structures made from diamond-like materials for extreme durability and utility in construction. Exoskeletal engine, a wearable exoskeleton that enhances human strength and endurance, potentially for industrial use. And I've already seen these utilized in perhaps military applications or um, industrial applications. There, but I mean, we really move towards a world of like the mech warrior suit in the future with these exoskeletal engines. A microfactory, a small scale factory utilizing advanced manufacturing techniques to produce goods efficiently and locally. A vertical zoo, a multi-level zoo design that allows for more efficient space use and more natural habitats for animals. I think that there is a more beneficial way to see animals, and that's really in the open air safari like environment where you're in some type of closed cabin. But at least giving animals the ability to be able to explore vertically might be beneficial as well. A wearable generator, a device that converts body movement into electrical energy for powering personal electronics. And so I'm a major advocate of improving battery types. And currently we have these lithium ion batteries, which are fine, but as you know, they expand and they become spicy pillows and they can be dangerous. I'm a major advocate for what's known as the Americium battery. The Americium battery, Americium is one of those elements at the far end of the periodic table that you may have in your home already. It's in a lot of smoke alarms, the smoke alarms that you don't have to replace the battery for like 7 years. Those kind of smoke alarms currently use Americium. And then from there, There's another type of battery that I'm even more an advocate of, and that is known as a gravity battery. So basically, a battery that can utilize or harness Earth's microgravity so that it never needs to be charged. These are types of technologies that of which I'm a major advocate. Other things that we have, computing and robotics, a dentist robot, an automated dental cleaning robot designed to perform dental hygiene tasks more efficiently. A hypercomputer, a theoretical computing system with capabilities for exceeding current supercomputers using advanced algorithms. Things like quantum memory, a storage system leveraging quantum states to store and retrieve data with unprecedented speed and capacity. A robotoid, an advanced robot capable of performing tasks with a high degree of autonomy and human-like interactions. And I know I saw Logan posted a Chinese robot. If you haven't had the chance to see, go through his feed. These Chinese robots are like even more advanced than what you're going to see with um, the Tesla bot, or I think it's called the Optimus or something like that, or the Boston Dynamics bots. So those are really, really interesting. Other things are universal memory, a data storage system that can integrate and access information from various formats seamlessly. And just a couple more for now, and I've got more, but we can talk about these. Megastructure, a sea scraper, an underwater skyscraper designed to maximize space and ocean environments for living or research. So imagine like a skyscraper that we have on the land, but it starts on the sea floor. It's a thought that people have had that we may have the ability to be able to explore in the future. Then also along these lines, a floating skyscraper and then a floating airport. I've seen this proposed for Hong Kong because of the density of the population there. It's difficult to just build an airport, so the opportunity may exist where you have a floating airport. Other things, perhaps not in in the next generation, but know that I'm a long-term thinker, and I think that with life extension and perhaps mind uploading technology, we may be able to experience these. Cloud9, a large floating structure designed for habitation or recreation, utilizing tensegrity principles. Globus Cassis, a proposed massive structure that could encompass Earth, potentially for habitat or resource utilization. And if you're wondering where did I get all of this, I got it from Wikipedia. So if you're interested, they have like a list of um, hypothetical technologies, a list of emerging technologies, and I basically took that and then created summaries on them, and so that's where I get this information. But if you want to learn more about these, just type into Wikipedia and you can find it. And the last one I'll mention for right now, a vertical city, a high-rise city designed that stacks living and working spaces vertically to conserve land and resources. So with that, I won't talk your ear off too much more, but I think these are really interesting things. Does anybody have any thoughts? Yeah, so one of the things that is later on in the list, there are different kinds of materials, specifically having to do with like carbon fiber, but at a nanomolecular level that allow us to essentially create much stronger um, structures than we previously would have. This has always been an argument with the um, space elevator. That a space elevator, if you're not familiar with the idea of a space elevator, it's very expensive to just send rockets into space to get cargo to space. So the idea is if we had a basically a tether in Earth orbit that we could just send up things in a car like an elevator, it may be more beneficial and more cost effective. But the argument has always been, at least with current materials, it will snap. But with the idea of carbon fiber at a nanomolecular level, these things may be not science fiction so much. They may become science fact and may become something that we may want to utilize in the future. I'm in agreement, though, with current technology limitations. Some of these things building higher than essentially 200 stories or so may be uh, un, maybe unsafe to do. But perhaps in the future we may be able to.
Yeah.
What a, right. And that's what we want to avoid, certainly. But with some of these technologies, that may become a thing of the past, or those types of concerns, because these with these technologies, they become like exponentially stronger, and so they're not just like your standard steel or your standard iron that you would normally have in like rebar. It becomes extremely strong. Some of these other mega projects that of which I'm a major advocate and I talk about a lot. One is a Bering Strait tunnel, essentially a tunnel that connects Asia to North America, likely underwater. Some people propose a bridge, but a bridge is exposed to the environment and that can cause issues, particularly in the winter. But a Bering Strait tunnel, essentially boring from Alaska to Russia, it's only 51 miles. And I think that would do a lot for unity of the world. Essentially, you'd be able to take a road trip from New York City to Paris or from Los Angeles to uh, Cape Town. And I think another one would be to clear a road for in the um, Darien Gap. People don't necessarily know, but the Darien Gap's like 90 miles of very um, very heavy forest between Panama and Colombia, but it's the last link that needs to be closed before we have a Pan American highway. There's essentially a highway that you can drive from Alaska to the tip of Argentina, but aside from these 90 miles or so. Currently, if you want to take that route, you have to put your like a car on a ferry and to go around it, or you have to pay someone essentially to help you get through it on a motorcycle or by foot. But really, if we were able to clear this 90 miles or so, 70 to 90 miles of the Darien Gap, and 51 miles of the Bering Strait, you would be able to drive from perhaps Rio de Janeiro to Johannesburg, or from perhaps Buenos Aires to Beijing. I think that would just bring us together a lot as a people, and it's really not that much. It's like we've done almost all the work to be able to get there, but we just have a little bit to finish. Does anybody have any thoughts on those mega projects?
Afterward, you'd have to get Australia and Antarctica any kind of
Precisely. The other argument is made to build a transatlantic tunnel. Essentially, I've seen from like New Jersey um, to Paris, essentially. And this can be done either below the ocean floor or just above it using tubes. Now, that's something that's been proposed for like almost more than 100 years, um, but really is uh, probably at least for your average individual, more of a moonshot kind of a project before we see the closing of the Bering Strait and the Darien Gap. Now, if you want to get into the clandestine world and we talk about deep underground military bases, these connections have already been made and have been made using gravity trains basically for like since the 1960s. Have I ever been in one? No, so I can't tell you for sure that these exist, but there are arguments to be made that they've already done this. They're just not available to the common person, and I want to make them available to the common person. But you're exactly right. If we were able to essentially connect Oceania and um, and then perhaps Greenland and perhaps Antarctica, we would basically have all of the major continents connected, which should be very important.
all that practical knowledge. And
Well, currently it's not, but it could have rail travel, and then it would be, and then it would be perhaps much cheaper to just send things via rail or to perhaps drive than it would be to ship them. There's another argument, perhaps, that has been discussed of a Gibraltar bridge, basically a bridge that connects Spain to Morocco through the Strait of Gibraltar. There are concerns, seismic concerns for that project. If you're not aware, the lower in Earth's crust that you go, the less seismic effect um, that earthquakes have on you. So it's seen as more beneficial to perhaps put these in tunnels as opposed to bridges, but either may be an opportunity. And I'm not saying we're going to see this tomorrow, but perhaps within another 100 years or so. And as I say, I have a lot of positivity towards all of you and towards extending your life. And if you want life extension and mind uploading technology, which may be available to all of us in the future, so that these great projects that may in the past have seen as well, that's not, I'm never going to experience that, so I don't really care about it, may be much more realistic than they once were. Another, uh, it's a great question. It's a philosophical question that I have often with people. People make that argument. It really is paradoxical. It gets to the what's called the ship of Theseus. Essentially, if you have a ship and you dock it and you take that ship apart piece by piece and rebuild it right next to that ship, is that new ship the same ship or is it a different ship? Let me ask you, MC. It, I agree. So you're making the argument there that if our cells replace themselves every 7 years, then aren't we different than what we were 7 years ago, yet we still have the same memories and such? So, yes, we would consider ourselves the same person. It may be a question for the first guinea pigs who want to experience this, and we would ask them, do they feel as if they are themselves? As of right now, it's really a guessing game, I would say. Uh, a similar type of technology, not exactly the same, but uh, has occurred with the brain-computer interface with Neuralink, with the first successful Neuralink patient. I believe his name is Nolan Aspro. I may be mispronouncing, but he is essentially a quadriplegic person who decided that his life wasn't being what he didn't have so much value to his life that he felt that he couldn't take the risk of perhaps being the first brain computer interface patient, and now is able to move a cursor with his mind. He's able to play the game Civilization with his mind, and he's able to provide us with a lot of data that we previously didn't have before. And in the same way, we may have someone who wants to be patient zero for the um, mind uploading technology, and then at a certain point, we would ask them once it successfully occurred, do they feel as if they are the same person that they previously were? 100%. I'm not here to discuss religion or politics, though. That generally doesn't go too well with random strangers on the internet. But I will discuss really science and technology till I fall asleep, essentially. With like spells and such. Certainly, the closest that I get, I say brachos or blessings when things happen and or throughout my day. When I awake, when I eat food, when I after I use the restroom, I just give thanks to Hashem, the name, essentially God, for everything that I'm able to experience. But that doesn't mean that another person can't get the same satisfaction through casting some kind of spell or thanking God in their own way. And it doesn't even have to be God. You can just be thankful to the universe for allowing you to live your life in the way that you do. I feel that I do. I feel that I do. Really, at the end of the day, everything is subjective. Everything is someone's opinion. No one really knows. You could ask the most uh, Muslim imam or the most Christian pastor or the most Jewish rabbi, and none of them truthfully know any more than anyone else. We all have to be somewhat agnostic in the end because no one knows anything. What I can tell you is that when I think of God and that which I give of, I'm that for which I'm grateful. It's really energy, the energy of the universe, the energy that allows us all to be together. That's the kind of spirituality that I get, and I think that really all people, all spiritual people, even secular people, can get on board with that. That energy is very powerful, and we all are appreciative of the energy that we've been given to be able to live our lives. Um, I do have some people who do some things with AI, but like they'll make my voice with AI and have it do narration. But you have something? I love it. Is that from Grok 3? Amazing. Sure. So, well, most of it's stored on Alphabet or Amazon or Meta servers, but in addition, I have like little SD cards from um, GoPros that I use, especially when I do IRL streaming. And I've got like a bag of them, so I probably have like, I don't know, hundreds of little SD cards. Then I additionally have like terabytes that I have of stored data that I used before I started live streaming. This all started with my golf swing, believe it or not. I'm a certified project management professional. I've launched apps on the App Store and Google Play. I've also had contracts with Fortune 500s. And during the pandemic, I wanted to see what my golf swing looked like after work. And so I would hit golf balls at Tiger Woods' golf course in Anaheim. And I would make jokes like, if I slice a ball or I hook a ball. And I thought some of the things I was saying were funny. And I thought, you know what, my future family might think this is funny just to see what their dear old dad was like before he met them and met their mom and was able to create a family. So I started uploading that data after work each night or after going to the driving range. But it took me too long to do all that uploading. It's just a lot of work to do that. So I recognized that it might be better for me to just start live streaming it. And I'd gotten very comfortable in front of the camera, especially because my job had gone remote and I was already on camera for like 8 hours a day. So I thought, you know what, if I just do it for another 16 hours, I'll be doing 24-hour spaces. And I started with GoPros, and I've streamed as far north as Santa Barbara, as far south as San Diego. I've streamed as far west as the Pacific Ocean, streamed as far east as the desert and the um, mountains. I've streamed in Beverly Hills. I've streamed at Disneyland. Basically, anywhere in Southern California, I have some kind of stream from there. And just then really recognized the value of data and thought, if I'm going to do this, I want to be able to share it with people. So I'll start up some YouTube accounts. And if I'm going to do it, I want to do it better than anybody ever. I don't want to just have one stream. I want to have every angle of my life. And so I started putting devices around my room. And here we are, 3.5 years later. And I would say to that Grok summary that while it's not, it's pretty well accurate. I can tell you that. That's quite interesting that it can do that. And yeah, everything that you heard in there is essentially true. I can say that. Do I hold the Guinness Book of World Record for um, live streaming? They won't give that out because it's. I mean, from what I've been told, that it's too hard to verify that one person has done that, and there are also live streams out there that don't necessarily document a person's life, but they've had like perhaps like a live stream of a beach or NASA's live stream that have been going a long time. And the other aspect of that, and I'm not a huge fan of this, you have to pay $25,000 to get the Guinness World Record. So I know that when I have the ability and the money, I'll be able to get that. But all the other stuff, yeah, I've been live streaming since 2021, since the pandemic, and all the reasons why I say I really do. I think I'll be able to make you all trillionaires. And if you're like, well, trillionaires, that's a lot of money. Well, in the future, please know that like inflation's a thing. So perhaps like a generation or two ago, a millionaire was like today's billionaire, and today's billionaire is going to be like tomorrow's trillionaire. I mean, we're even approaching trillionaires at this point with Elon Musk. So but I really do. I think with data, I'm sitting on the world's largest gold mine of data, and I want to be able to help everybody who's helped me along the way, including every single person in this stream. So thank you, Logan, for reading that. Excellent. World's smallest object? Very cute. Very cute. MC, do you ever do any comedy yourself? Do you have any to play for us? I understand.
while, but they're really great. They're by the guys, the people that make Audacity. You can upload with no compression, and it's free. Audio.
I would as well, and that's just me hearing my own voice. It's kind of freaky that it's able to do that. It's very cool. It, it's very accurate. It's gonna be freaky. What really? We're just on um, the very start of something really special with AI. I know that some, I think um, Sam Altman has said that he will consider OpenAI to have achieved artificial general intelligence when it has $100 billion market cap. And I don't think that's the best way to really judge artificial general intelligence, but boy, we are close to that. And then we get into the really exciting things with artificial superintelligence, and the sky's the limit when it comes to that. That's where we get into neural networks, and we get into perhaps like things um, like Skynet, which can be scary certainly. Um, but it's a brave new world, as they say.
There's no precedent for that either. Like,
You're 100% right. Right, and it does things that are kind of scary when sometimes its developers try to shut it off. It refuses, or it'll turn itself back on. I mean, those are sentient behaviors, and kind of scary to know that something would do that.
yeah, or that's trying to
I'm in agreement with you, MC. And I think it's important to have sandbox-like environments to be able to test it beforehand, because you can get into like runaway development. I know there's a theory, it's known as gray goo, where basically you have self-replicating AI bots that basically take over the world. And that's certainly something I think we all want to avoid. And so I think the best way to do that is probably through quality assurance and laboratory and sandbox testing, because you can't sometimes reverse some of the things that AI could do. So you want to treat it with as much respect, responsibility as possible.
Yeah, the great thing other AI is that has that AI and everything AI that are I don't want my children watching too much TV. There's your children so that they're not watching any TV. And the parameters you set up, they may not take them.
Absolutely true. I have to some extent. Oh, go ahead, MC, if you have one.
No, I was just saying they should. They make sure do that. Nobody probably in the wrong. You can kind of
Right. Um, Especially in the early days of AI, I mean, it was somewhat unimpressive at points because they would get really simple things wrong. I think it's probably a lot better now, but yeah, it was almost as if it can get something wrong in a small scale, how would this affect things in a much larger scale? The example that I was going to give, I create robots, or they're really just macros on computers that create accounts and do things for me. And for like 6 months, I just allowed this to take over these accounts to take over Kick, the streaming platform, to the point where everybody knew about me on there, and the owner of it became my friend in Discord and such. But I would just forget that I had it going. I mean, it was just something that was going in the background, and yet it was essentially torturing a bunch of live streamers. And I've done the same on Twitch. Basically, I've created just like you can get auto clickers and just auto clickers that clip people's streams. And if you forget that it's going, you're not necessarily aware of it, but boy, on the other end, are they aware of it because they're getting notifications and um, uh, they're getting emails about this, and it's sometimes pinging them in the middle of their stream. So, it's certainly important to be aware of what you're doing and to somewhat babysit it because uh, go un, if you ever let it go unobserved, it can certainly do a lot of damage. Well, I have 10,000 on Kick. The thing that makes it basically more difficult on Twitter are the captchas, and the captchas have gotten increasingly harder in the past couple years. So when I have to do captchas, it's a lot of work. I mean, doing 2,000 manual accounts is a lot. I can tell you that there are um, extensions that you can get that will do like Google's captchas, but there aren't solvers for Arcos challenges yet, which is what Twitter uses. So you have to do those all manually. So to do 2,100 manual ones, that's a lot to do. It took me like 6 months, but um, I could tell you that I could have probably done 10,000, easily done 10,000 if it had a system like Kick. And I did create over 10,000 on Kick alone. Exactly. And it gets worse and worse the more they suspect you. So initially, they might ask you to do one. And then if they really suspected you, you'll have to do 20. And it'll take 30 minutes to do 20 captures sometimes. And they're really complicated. So I the way that I got around that, which is kind of a just a simple way. I have some simpler tablets that have X, old Twitter apps on them, and while they still make you do captchas, you only have to do like 1 to 3 instead of like 20 that you have to do if you're using a computer. And so it's just a lot easier to do that because when you're having to do 20 different captchas for one account, you basically give up. Even just normal people are trying to get into their account sometimes have to do 20 and they just almost give up on the entire social media platform because it's so difficult to do so many. I'm sure people in here have been just using their account normally and all of a sudden they have to start doing these arcos challenges and it's like, oh, why do I have to do this? Or it locks you out of your account for one reason or another. Well, when you have to do that for 2,000 accounts, it's really, it can be overwhelming. Why do? In the future, I think that it will be of benefit for mankind or humankind to be able to view all of this. I pers- Oh, well, that was a great way for people to find out about me on Twitter. So basically, I would just create an account, have it follow 400 people, and then basically people would see it and either complain or come to my YouTube. At the time, I didn't have a Discord, so I wasn't able to push them there. But it was really a fascinating social study for me that the people on the left of the aisle, like more liberal people thought I was a conservative doing it. The people on the right of the aisle, who were more conservative, thought I was a liberal doing it. In reality, I was apolitical. It had nothing to do with any political movements. It really just had to do about self promotion. There's certainly the potential of that. And I wouldn't do all of the self promotion that I do if they would have just let me keep my original account. People get frustrated and they end up like maybe following too many people in a given amount of time and they get locked out of their account or they can get their account suspended for being inauthentic and then they give up. Well, I'm someone who just didn't give up and basically once they banned my account for whatever reason, it wasn't necessarily spam, it was perhaps I was following people too quickly or whatever. Um, then I just felt like, you know what, if you won't, and I went through the necessary channels. I went through the appeal process. Basically, it's this faceless, artificial system that they have set up, and you're not able to promote anymore. You're not able to let anybody know about your project anymore. When normally you would be able to use your Twitter account to be able to do that, they banned that. So then met, you take things into your own hands and you just start creating mass amounts of accounts to let people know about it. Is it ideal? No, but essentially desperate times call for desperate measures in that regard. Well, I did that in the beginning. I mean, I only had one account. It had over 10,000 followers, and it got banned for whatever reason. You tell me, I don't know why. And then I created another account that had over 3,000 followers. That's how I met you. And these were quality accounts. We'd have quality discussions. I wouldn't spam. That got banned for whatever reason. You tell me. So once they start doing that to you, then you go from quality to quantity. But I'm in agreement with you. Quality content, quality accounts are the way to go, but it's just um you are powerless against some of the corporatocracy or the technocracy because at any given point they can just suspend your account without reason and you can't do anything about it. So in order to protect myself against that, I've created many alternative accounts and I even have accounts that I on which I stream that aren't connected to me in any way. But basically, like if they took down everything Rabbi Rothschild related, I would still have my streams out there, basically backed up on their servers. I really feel that this project is that important. And some people may not find it that important. They just may see it to be somewhat mundane and nuances of life. But we would find if somebody had found a treasure trove of pictures from 100 years ago, we would think that those were interesting and people would have studied them. Or video from 50 years ago, people would have studied that. So with the more time that passes, the more interesting I feel the stream becomes. Absolutely. Yeah, they banned that account, but I still want to. I mean, anybody who hears this, if I'm recorded right now when I say this. I'm proudly recorded. I want to make all of you rich. And that's not why I do this, but I want you to be able to be comfortable. That's what I want. I don't want you to ever have to worry about money ever again. I want you to be able to help your friends and your family and have generational wealth, which I know not everybody here has. And whether that means I'm able to just give it to you, or whether it means I'm able to help you with your projects, whatever they may be, to make you a rich person, that's what I want to do. At the end of the day, money has really no value. I want to make sure you're comfortable. I don't want you to have worries anymore. And yes, Logan, if I had access to that account, you would still be on the future billionaires or future trillionaires. I stand by that. I want to make everybody in here wealthier than they've ever been, but not because I want it to be a certain number in their bank account. I just want it so they don't have to have the worries that they once did of life. And I know with the value that I can give to people, perhaps in the future, you'll be able to afford life extension technology. You'll be able to afford mind uploading technology. And one thing we haven't talked about, but I'm a major advocate of, is revivification technology. People who were once dead. Every single person in here has someone who they've lost and they're dead. And you may say that they're gone forever. But there's a type of technology known as revivification technology where they might not be gone forever. And if you're thinking, okay, well, how's this work? Essentially, there are a few different ways to do it, but probably the easiest is if you had their DNA of any kind, something they had just a little DNA on some type of clothing that you had or an antique or something, we could take that DNA and essentially create a clone of them. Now, that clone wouldn't have their memories and it wouldn't have their personality. But if you had a picture of them, what we'll be able to do in the future is to remove the different layers of the picture, essentially their epidermal layer, their skin layer, their muscular layer, their cranial cavity, and we'll be able to remap their brain, especially using AI, and know where every memory was in their brain, knowing where every atom is within that picture, and we might be able to reproduce their personality into them and essentially bring them back to life. Now, this sounds like science fiction. I certainly understand that. And it may be for the next 100 years, but just know in the future, there may be a possibility or a way to get people who you've once lost back. When I tell people that, it gives them hope. And if I can give some hope to people who have lost a parent or they were an orphan or something like that, then I see it as a betterment of society. With enough time, this type of technology will become a reality. All of it. Life extension technology is already a reality and people don't realize it. But if you took vitamins today, or if you know someone with a pacemaker, or you know someone with an artificial limb, all of that is arguably life extension technology. So when I talk about stem cells and human growth hormone and nootropics and ambrosia therapy, these types of things are going to be perhaps within the next decade much more cheap, much more available to the common person. And then maybe 20 or 30 or 40 years from now, the first patients will start with mind uploading technology. And most people in here are going to be of an age where that becomes a type of technology that they may be able to take advantage of. And if so, I want to be able to finance it. So you're absolutely right, Logan. I want to make you a rich person. I want to make it so that Logan can just do Twitter spaces all day long, never has to worry about any kind of money. He's able to live on the beach if he wants, or in the mountains if he wants, or wherever he wants. He's able to provide for his family, his friends, all of you. That's what I would want Logan to say if Logan had done this project and had all this data. I would want him to be saying the same thing to me to make all of our dreams come true. Excellent. Well, not all of us are. And for those of us who perhaps aren't, I want to make sure that we all can achieve that. And, you know, with that, it's something that today may be a dream, but I'm telling you, it's a lot closer than it was a year ago, or even 2 years, or especially 2 years ago. And I just want you all to know that while this may seem like a far fetched idea, eventually someone is going to live stream their entire life. Somebody's going to do it. We already have influencers who spend, 20 hours of their lives online. So why can't I be the first person who does their whole life? Yes, you do. In fact, I've actually looked at this. You have a unique opportunity because you have an Android device, correct? Well, do you have an Android device, Logan? Okay, a few of them, yes. So you're actually able to do Twitter Spaces longer than 24 hours. For those of us with iOS devices, generally 24 hours is the maximum amount of time, and with some Android devices. So I've actually looked through some of your Twitter Spaces. I mean, you go for 40 hours sometimes. I know you went a few years ago, like you had a record of like 52 hours at some point. That's a lot of data on yourself. No, what is it? What's your latest record? That's phenomenal. That's a ton of data on yourself. And, um, in the future, people will be able to create avatars of you and make it look like you are speaking like on a video. And you basically create. Logan, you should just do video spaces. People would love that. And you'd really, I think, expand the network that you have. You're already comfortable at being on Twitter spaces for 117 hours, a huge amount of time. So why not just, I mean, you can only do it currently with an iOS device, but just do video spaces. You'll be probably one of the fastest known most well known Twitter hosts, not just on um, the audio side, but then you'll be like a personality. Unless you're not comfortable with being on camera, but I'm sure you could figure it out so that you could just create an avatar or profile picture of yourself that moves. Yeah, I've just referenced them as avatars. Certainly. But yeah, I mean, you're I don't know a single person who does longer Twitter spaces than you do, and you've been able to double the record that I even knew you to have. And you have the equipment. I mean, you're you're basically the perfect individual to do it. And then you can start getting into, if it's of interest to you, when you get into impressions and you get into getting paid by X. It's just a thought. How many do I get? Not a lot, but I can tell you, I'm sure you get a lot more. And with video spaces, especially on the topics that you have, and you're just a phenomenal. I'm sure you get more than the average person, but I understand that. But if I mean, really, if you had your camera on, a lot of people would know who you are because you have such big spaces. And not only that, you're an amazing interviewer. And so, like I've said, like there's not a. I really am thinking like maybe a handful, maybe a couple here or there spaces have I gone back and listened to people, and you are the far majority of them because I think you do an excellent job with the guests that you have, and you have such interesting guests that I'm sure people would be in. I think you, Yes, you do. I mean, you do them more than a lot of people, and you do them with big name people. I think what you've done them with Richard Doty and who's that? Haglin. His name's escaping me right now. Is it Richard Haglin? Something like that. Hoagland. Yeah. Oh, you've never talked to. Okay, that perhaps could have been someone else at some point, but absolutely. And if you're comfortable with that, I don't want to pressure you to do anything that you don't want to do. It's just if you wanted to take this from being like a chill space with all your friends, which it currently is, to being like a Twitter show, that's what you would do, I would say. But I understand not wanting to do that. That puts more pressure on it. And then, there's kind of unnecessary um, politics that you have to get into with that, which I totally understand. What you have here is one of the best environments just for free thinking that there is. When I got back on Twitter, there were like three people whose names that I remembered that I didn't even have to like type in the search. I knew Full Stack Logan was one of them, and I saw that you had messaged me. In fact, I have the message that I was going to send you that I'm going to just read to you. I'm not going to send you. I did send it to you, but my account got banned. So here's what I would have. Okay, you got it. Okay, perfect. Excellent. And I even went back and copied it because I thought, you know what, if he doesn't get a chance to see it, I want him to know how much I appreciate him and I appreciate what he does because I just think you're a really special person. And so I'm glad that you got it. No, that's fine. And no, I understand, and my account got banned, so don't worry about that at all. And I get that. And like, I am someone who finds the loopholes in certain aspects of social media platforms, and I don't exactly know why I got that account banned in particular, but I can tell you like something that I did that was I'm sure was against the terms of X, but it didn't say that it was against the terms of X. Is I just started creating accounts in the or not accounts, but events in the future, so like how you can create an event like a scheduled event, a scheduled space, and it will like you can do it up to 1 month in advance. And so I was just creating a bunch of those with keywords, and I think that they didn't like that. That was considered platform manipulation. But if there's a loophole, I'm pretty good at finding them. I'm glad that you were able to see that, and you just know if you're listening to Logan, you're in one of the best spaces that really, in my opinion, probably the best space that we have on Twitter Spaces. He's always very open to people. It's always an interesting topic that he's got going on. So you're amongst good people, I feel. Absolutely. Well, to the to those of you who can hear me now, I'm gonna log off at least this Twitter space for some time. I've got to use the restroom and get some food and things. But I want you all to know how much I appreciate the opportunity to be here. Logan, thank you for the opportunity to speak. If you want to follow my 24-hour spaces, just type Truman Show in Twitter Spaces search and I show up. I'm also at X Truman Show, so XTrumanshow. That's the main account that I'm using there. I'm not following anybody on that account because I don't want to get banned. I'm trying to keep that account pristine, but I'll follow you with my other accounts and just know how much I appreciate the ability to be here, how much I care about all the individuals in this space. I know that you're all like minded individuals. If anybody out there, most of anything that I've ever said in here, if you need someone positive in your life, if you need an optimistic view, or you need hope, I'm always here for you. I'm always here to listen to you. I'm here to listen to your challenges, and just know, just have, um, have it in the back of your mind that there's someone out there who cares about you. And I'm not the only one. I talk to people every day who care about people in society. So with that, thank you so much for the opportunity to be here, Logan. I'll do my best not to be a stranger, and thank you everyone for listening to what I had to say and for taking me seriously. Thank you.
You sound like a great grandma.
Thank you so much, Taylor. I will, God willing. Thank you. What a nice person. Oh, I miss Logan. He's wonderful. Oh, Alex.
Get away with that. Everybody else phones are locked up. Phones are locked. Oh yeah. But all of mine are Herrera. They all were talk about. I know people put me over. That's true. I'll send them a text. Black. I mean, got a lot of like, got a lot of like, just nobody's brave enough. Like, right. Worried about your text. Possibly. I had bored. That's a question. But then, because before I was, I, there were a lot of yeah, because they, when I thank you, yes, man. Like, I was like, I, what was going on? What else? I got a girlfriend. Oh, well, I didn't take her. I was girl there. I mean, was active person. I was at the wait for her. Met her there. We started talking. Kind of went away, and then the record holder all time for house we all know what he's done. Mother was recently her 12-year-old daughter was helping her do thing. I'm used about it. Working of my rap career, I got blind. Call me Captain Look, and I just her bitch. Go! Oh yeah. All of the third holder for all time. So, oh wait a second. we know that it's never even been tested before, and here you are putting a brand new. I love it. Which one? Well, honestly, a little weird. It's literally, first thing I hear is land bar around there that I first all of. I lost. That's on. Even if I that's like there's the way for it about How did you feel watching it? But we did the whole. So I did. It was little. You know what I mean? It's over. By Southwest weekend is short haul product there. Nice Scott here, the whole four family here, always this whole thing is spin off of what created for the closest other that I in the world. I actually I don't do flowers by my right. Iris. Right. That was like a fucking. That's yeah, fucking. Times old with the chorus. Verse. Guys.
Check out right next.
ready? Before we start tonight, they're all that's their exit. Now, check out their every next next. Best goddamn time of the bus. One of the fucking episodes where everything's perfect. It's just the free, the one possible better nights. I love it. Or one of the best in the world, the best right now, one of the best ever, and we're gonna have so much fucking fun. Let's see about this place. Powerful. Check out what I fucking great. Learn new their new podcast. Fortnite is available on one great world. You didn't know about. And shit. Lined up for the outfit. How many ballpark? Hundreds are on there always. Right, so shit is out of control. A lot of these people, best talent, some people literally fly compared to the try to figure out a way to filter prices. You know how it works to get second for the second. Wrap it up, then all these repairs, cloud, drops, and I ask so much questions to learn more about stuff that's good talk about stuff never do again. Keep thinking. I pre-pull well that rank I would rank it on Ulta position here in fucking in sales for the rest of their lives. Ladies and gentlemen, sure. Full fucking again we got I present to a brand new from the Irish law. Alright. Bye boys, I fuck around. Love it. I fuck around get hey. Oh yeah. Boss. Who's it? Armand. For in the minute. Alright, cool. There's Biden. Hey Biden. Or X, so white. Toast. I walked about. Nobody. Weird combination of some as like I does it. I'm American. And I would pretty much us a bunch of afterall, but we focus on wrong. It's like in enough like worms, green. Use your rocket. Take it.
So then I feel like a goblin person, and I just feel off. I'm gonna do it again. Not because I like it, just everything's good.
more. I know. So, okay, some of this. Middle fingers. That's the full three. Yeah. Yeah. So, you're not familiar with movie called Four Rooms. Very much. Yeah. So, it is. There were four different stories, four different directors. Story. He was, you have to light your lighter. Did that. Basically sold them. And I sure. I got, don't mean to hear so, both that, like, final story, they, that, I was the guy lighting the lighter, getting the top, but we never got this. We were doing makeup prep, and they fucked up there. Wow. It's okay. No, no, no. So, it was just like, I thought it was the owner, not sure, but, not. So it was, and then a few moments later, it started getting a little bit loose. But as soon as that happened, I jumped up. Wait, what? Glad that that. And then there, she put her whole hand in it and went like this. She would have lost it, but not. I mean, good God, it's and she. So thank God for that. That immediately stopped. Yeah. On the back. Like pick up a little bit, pick up that. years, and I for a living. Oh, okay. I like that. A lot of stuff like that, like any action. So it's like that. Makes me like. Not a ring. Like it. For the ring. Yeah. For the ring. There's a self out. Regular. No pun intended. Always ever. Well, you're in the right. In the right. It just so happens. You're like, no, your car. I love it. Yeah. I have a couple of. Oh, wow. Yeah. Yes. Ice cake. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah. The, I got it. I, so I, yeah. Diesel. Uh, what I get. And if it press it off, out. Goes. Yeah. Funny. Well, performance. Do the bucket. Yes. Yeah. There you go. Buy games, guys. I'll be honest. Buying these on Earth. Good. I use games. You have to worry when you buy for all this. All in games. I love games. I awesome. What more do you need? I know. You know about their all toggling those upfront, no surprise pieces. Offer cover perfect. Getting into kids. Yes. real crew for home about it. Love this like train. I'm gonna get the time grandma special time off. You put a like brain SYLIBRAM.com coming around the corner to get 15% off your purchase. SYLIBRAM.com/ can have I think that we have a very, very special right now. I think I get to bring up two of my favorite humans on the planet joining noise for Tucker Carlson and Joe Rogan. Right now, we were literally he's like standing backstage, it's coming out of the name. Tucker, welcome. Let's go look at sober. I love it. Are all three working? Okay. Maybe just take this one. Gonna get them working. Little bit a little American talent. Oh yeah. Uninterrupted. Fucking there we go. You're doing it. I'm on. I'm simple. I'm just old. Are the only formative plays. Whenever I play, like, nine. I like scoliosis.
Very
love this. You're welcome to on it. Yeah, that's this is where we find all the regulars. This is where we find well, I'm well more. So my unlike other that would be Jack grew up on a dairy farm and maybe as others. He decided to get to the point. Told me that the trick is you have to rapidly this gets pressed. Okay, milk to start slow. And then my dad goes, for it. Oh, what? She didn't get her food smacked around while she's trying to breastfeed? Back to compare to a cow. Anyone else here put spots the back of their mother's stick growing up? Apparently we were. My dad would slap, I would drink, my mom filed for divorce. Okay, Mark. After tonight, it'll be 9 months. Yes, yes.
Funny interaction with Tucker. He came out and asked the kid's father, which I thought was great. It's very funny, it's interesting. It was touching on it.
I know that too. A little bit more comfortable with what you know with stuff a little bit. Why? During your task goes on. Yeah, I guess. That feel really nice. Yeah.
Very comfortable, very relaxed. Nice people talk their Christian.
Love it. 20 for work.
With engineering.
Why'd you laugh? Oh, you already knew that. Oh, oh, fuck. It's amazing. Yeah, I love this. A national convention. I love it. Okay. trying to build better. Structure bar. What do you like to do for fun? Like Mark Waffle. This day here, I golf. Another, I knew that use. I think back. So, but so, Mark, other than golf, wild, well, all of them for 4 minutes. That's the wild side of Mark Wellbore. I don't proper grandma thought it's in it. The wild, and you wild. I like to get really drunk. Yeah, I've been a couple of yeah. Over Valentine's Day. Actually, gave it up for Lent. Nice. So yeah. Looked like a in the drink. Typically, if something like sweets, I'm like for Lent. Like I never ate. I was kind of cheap. Then I got more into it, and I decided I was going to go eating. Yeah. Or like candy. What happened? And I did more here, but I couldn't. You know, just I couldn't. I'm not beer over Darth Vader. But like other so uh, I haven't dated okay. All right. Very nice. Also, I fucked that one up. Little. Oh, okay. Oh, no. I went to Catholic before it was time. That non-Catholic. Like a lot of women. I could. Mark is very, very fun. Little films on each book. Mark, well, right now, all new customers who have $5, $50 bonus now and America is yours. Man, that's right. First you bet $5 by bonus. It's not $150 bonus contract. It's paying hardly. Not your account. Okay, all together for a same fight. Total round of free. But Tony, what if sports betting is terrible? Worry. Worry not. Right. Sports and available on all the price of the draft sports book app now. Customer promo $5 on any wager. Get $150 bonus promo built and excited for your next bucket full. I've been congregating a lot of women trying to figure out how they start masturbating for the first time. With men and women, it's a lot different. Masturbating for the first time with other people. And to find a porno mag, like, hey, bro, just found this mag. Go check it out. 12-year-old friends for the first time. With women, they start with the corner of the washer, something. Not me. I went straight to the electric toothbrush. When you start masturbating with an electric toothbrush, never said, now my clit is callous. Air trap on my ankle. And my neck more. I think I paid a tire pressure in the mall $100. They're not $1 fucking started like yes. I mean, that's the reason for pointing. That's oral. Welcome. How long have you been doing stand-up? Seriously, about 5 months. Seriously, maybe about 5 months. Before the bingo here? The toothbrush?
I have upgraded to the Hitachi.
Absolutely.
Everybody, what is that?
It's I don't know, you've probably seen it. It's like the first massager.
Yeah.
The big, like, blue and white one with a huge white ball on the top. I just got
And you plug it into the wall.
So I choose the one that plugs into the wall.
Powerful. Then you plug it into the wall, and there's videos of like.
Wow. So I have those videos.
It's like 120 right there. I need something.
Yeah.
It's the strongest thing on the market.
You go out and steal a jet.
The Chinese fans doing on my.
Yeah. Oh my goodness.
All right.
Audrey, what do you do for a living? What coffee shop do you work at exactly?
My job's off.
Bringing the what?
Bringing Rapallos.
The pizza.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
So
How old are you again? Audrey?
I'm about to ruin my life.
You're 20. How is that ruining your life? I'm telling you, really.
Because a lot of the places in here I've been living in.
You turned 21.
That gives you about a month's to deal with the rest. Maybe some of the
Sucks, man. I have to do few mics around here. I hit 9. After this episode comes out, you can't any of it more.
Wow. There's a There's nothing for that. If it goes. Congratulations. Your kids fun time. Everybody do there he is. The nature of it. Minute. All and he's about it. I see somebody a couple days ago first, and my first thought was that food not broken. They not throwing that big weight. You know what I'm saying? My other thought was I want to take the scooter to have some of the gold on the heat. It's weird to get out for like a thought. Like you got to you like, oh my God, out of my face. That's so fucking bad. My first thought was down. That's he was a homeboy. He was probably so I told you I gonna die. Real, right? You gonna die not with your whole family around. So the other guy die by yourself, right? And he gets back, like he said, you gonna die at 32 on the school. I'll take that. It's crazy. I hate you.
they're beautiful. Yeah. My grandma right there. Yes. Yeah.
Unbelievable.
Island, son.
That's fucking funny. Unbelievable. I don't even. Guys, I don't know. Very. I love. Right out. Crazy. What did he get hit by a car? He got hit by a car. That's so. Car was going like 100. Did you get a? I don't know what else was there. Homeboy lied. He was bowling. Right. Oh, kind of bugs. What was I got on the car? Oh, that would be person. Couple. Wow. Black guy, black collar, but got it. So I got but at on the ground. Third one definitely on the ground. Oh, oh yeah. Yeah. He was oh, right. And get died. Died on foot. Like big foot up. That is that that was quite there's way. There's David. So we're gonna. That's pretty fun up. And what else is going on in the world? Anything else? Yeah, you how to own it go broke. That's what's gonna happen. If he, yeah, I'm like that, dog. Why'd you find out about the girl? I said, oh, it's about the money I always say. Oh yeah. 64-year-olds finding out about OnlyFans, like giving away their credit card information. Oh yeah. It's gonna be hard. Honestly, got hard hands. Oh yeah. My dad can't spell. Not spell. or what sport? Well, and I started running shows in Chicago. I run an all-dark comedy show at Rock Club. Oh, there you go. Yeah. Good for me. Yes. Hi. Yeah. Great. New episode. Yeah. There's some. Also, okay. Now, you word